Learn more at learnaboutevs.org. That's learnaboutevs.org.
Football season is here, and the fall months are approaching, but it's still warm. That means pests like ants, roaches, and mosquitoes are out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. Arrow is trusted to keep Carter Finley Stadium a pest-free zone and is a supporter of the NC State Wolfpack. So, rest assured that with Arrow Pest and Termite Control, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free pest inspection today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
It's bow time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixings to feed your whole crew faster than you could say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's bow time.
Hey, this is Matt Chazanow, voice of the Wolfpack. When it comes to banking, Dogwood State Bank stands out. Dogwood isn't your average bank. They're reshaping community banking. They prioritize your needs, whether you're a small business or a seasoned pro. At Dogwood, they understand the value of your business. Come experience the Dogwood difference for yourself. Dogwood State Bank, proudly serving Raleigh, Charlotte, Sanford, Wilmington, Greenville, Morehead City, and Fayetteville. Visit dogwoodstatebank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Time now to check scores and highlights from around the ACC and the country. Let's send it back to the Learfield Network studio. Here's Mike Moat.
Well, we're getting closer and closer to kickoff of the season opener as NC State set to take on East Carolina in a rematch from the Military Bowl. Not often do you play teams back-to-back games, but that's what we have this evening from Carter Finley. We're looking forward to it. Kickoff here in about 35 to 40 minutes. Let's look at the other games going on tonight. One other game involving an ACC member. That's the Duke Blue Devils. They'll be hosting Elon. That game kicks off about a half hour after our game gets underway. Meanwhile, we've got a few games tonight. As I said, about 26 games going on in college football involving FBS and FCS members. And we do have one game in progress, two actually. Well, three. I keep changing the number. It is three now. And we have one involving a ranked team down in Tampa. It's 25th ranked Boise State. They're on the board first. They scored late in the first period. They lead the South Florida Bulls 7-0. South Florida trying to mount a drive, but they just got a penalty, so they're still in territory of Boise State, but their drive seems to be stalling out just a bit. Meanwhile, from the Big Ten, it's Rutgers out to an early 7-0 lead over Miami of Ohio. And from the MAC, you've got Bowling Green, a 7-0 lead over Lafayette. Now, later on this evening at 7, you've got Jacksonville State taking on UCF down in the Bounce House in Orlando. Brand new coaches of sorts. Charles Kelly used to be an assistant coach at Jack State, but Scott Frost is making his return to UCF. And if you'll recall, when he was there, they had quite a bit of success. In fact, claiming at least a national championship back in the 2016-17 season. It's been a while for Scott Frost since then, the former Nebraska coach and signal caller back home, and where he had a lot of success. We'll see if it continues for him. One SEC team in action tonight, that being the Missouri Tigers. They'll take on Central Arkansas in Columbia. That's a 7:30 start. Also tonight, the team that has the longest opening night winning streak is in action, and they should continue that streak. I'm talking about Oklahoma State. They had a disastrous year last year, but they'll take on UT Martin in a game they should, or at least they better, win. That's tonight in Stillwater. Minnesota hosting Buffalo tonight. Nebraska and Cincinnati from Kansas City. That'll be underway at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, and we'll keep you posted on that. Wisconsin also set to open up their season, taking on Miami of Ohio. So we got a few games to take a look at tonight. This one, though, the one that means the most to us, NC State and East Carolina. And we'll keep you up to date on the games and the scores and things like that. One little note before we send it back to the booth. A big blockbuster trade just unfolded in the NFL as Micah Parsons, the guy's been holding out from Dallas Cowboy camp, well, he's not a Cowboy anymore. He's been traded to the Packers of Green Bay. How about that? We'll tell you a little more about that as we move along. But now, back to this matchup between the Wolfpack and the Pirates as we go back to Andrew Sanders and Jeff Gravely, who's got Tony Haynes alongside. Guys?
Yeah, thank you, Mike. All right, big trade news there.
Wow.
What was it? Love, family, and the Green Bay Packers.
And Jerry Jones messes up another one.
Wow. No more. They won't go to the playoffs again this year.
Back with Jeff Gravely, we heard from Tony Haynes on the recording back from 2008. That was really cool in the Pizza Hut slice of history and the big win over 15th-ranked ECU back then. But now we hear from the man, the legend, live. Tony, you made some big news about a week or so ago. I know the decision came long before that, but this is going to be your final football season. We're going to kind of cherish every moment of it, and glad you could join us here.
Well, thanks for having me. I always prefer to fly under the radar. It's kind of hard to do in this job, but I've been touched by the feedback and the outreach and the messages I've gotten from people since it became public that I'm going to retire at the end of the football season. So for all of you who sent me an email, thank you so much. It means a lot. And I'll tell you, one thing that happens is when we're sitting here with our headphones on and we're doing a broadcast, we never stop to think how many people are listening. We never stop to think, I wonder if this is making an impact. Those things just don't cross your mind when you're actually doing it. Well, from some of the comments, kind comments that I've received from a lot of different people this week, it's gratifying because now I realize, yeah, it does make a difference what all of us are doing here. So,
and you never know who's listening, and you never know from how far away or how close. So, did you hold up one of those signs and take your picture? My first game of my career.
No, but somebody reminded me of that. I don't think about things like that. I'm just looking forward to another season. I'm really curious to see how this all pans out against East Carolina. One of the things that's happened to me this week, people have asked me, hey, do you remember when this happened or that happened? And I'm trying to jog my memory. And it reminded me of a conversation I had with the great Wally Osley many years ago. Wally had just retired as the voice of the Wolfpack. Gary had replaced him. But they wanted Wally to still be connected to the broadcast, so he would record these features called Great Moments in Wolfpack History, and they would have me write the scripts for him. So Wally would come up from Holden Beach, and he would come to the studio to record 4 or 5 of these great moments in Wolfpack history. And I started picking his brain. I was like 32 years old at that time. I'd ask him questions. Hey, you remember this play or this particular game against these two teams and how the game ended and yada, yada, yada. And he said, and his answer flabbergasted me. He said, well, Tony, I've seen so many games. They're all running together now, and I can't remember many of the things that you just mentioned. And I thought, that's crazy. Come on, Wally. That was really disappointed. Well, now I know what he's talking about. I'm there.
You're there.
I'm there.
Hey, so many unknowns in an opening game. There are no preseason games. There have been some secrecy from the NC State camp on what you're able to see. But you've been around Dave Doran for all 13 of his years. I just sense a real sense of optimism, and he really liked the way this team came through the camp. Do you get the same sense?
Absolutely. And I think it's because he's more at ease with this team after going through the entire camp. Mm-hmm. But when camp started, there were a lot of question marks. There were a lot of question marks because you have so many new players, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. Now you ask him the question, and he lights up. I mean, he says, I feel really good about this team, the chemistry, the cohesiveness. But you never really know until you actually play a game in front of people and in a stadium like this. So we'll learn a lot here tonight.
Tony, you have braved the elements over the years on the sidelines. I think this will be better than Pittsburgh baseball this past spring.
Man.
It doesn't get much better than this tonight.
Don't bring that up. Well, I've learned a lot over the years. My first year doing sidelines, and I'll make this quick.
No, don't. This is what we want. We want your knowledge, but really we want your stories.
I was young. I was inexperienced. I was stupid. I'm still stupid, but I'm not quite as stupid as I was. Anyway, my first year doing sidelines at Duke, I used to see these TV guys, the sideline guys, they'd always wear a coat and tie. on the sidelines. Which now, look at me now. I'm virtually look like I'm going to the gym. I look like I'm going to the gym.
Because you're going to run down the sidelines.
And that doesn't happen either, by the way. Anyway, 1987, Duke is playing at Rutgers at the old Giant Stadium. Earlier in the day, the weather was so nice, I went across the river and I went to a Yankee game. But the weather forecast was ominous. So I go back to the hotel, I put on my coat and my tie, dress shoes. I'm ready to go. It rained the entire game. It poured. And I'm thinking, what am I doing wearing a suit here on the sidelines in the elements like this? It was a historic game. I think that's the only game in which a Steve Spurrier team did not score a touchdown.
Wow.
The weather was so bad. You couldn't move the ball. You couldn't throw the football for sure.
Tony, don't wear a suit.
Never again. Coat and tie on the sideline. Man, that was dumb.
How anxious are you to see C.J. Bailey in year 2 with what you've seen with him in camp and in spring?
You couldn't have asked for more out of a freshman quarterback last year, especially when he's thrown in that difficult situation early in the season, and they're saying, hey, you're the guy, and never played a college game. He just handled it so beautifully, and it just shows you how mature he is, even though he's a young player. And he's got, obviously, a great deal of talent. But the good thing is, I've always said this, when you're a young quarterback, it's nice to have quality people around you.
Amen.
You don't have to do it all. You don't have to be the man, right? And he's got, well, I think this is the best group of weapons that Dave Dorn has had on offense since he's been here in 13 years. He was kind of reluctant to say that when I asked him the question the other night.
It's like comparing kids.
He doesn't want to throw anybody on the bus. But he did say this is the deepest unit he's had. If you just look straight down at all the skill positions, especially at tight end, he's a former tight end, and boy, he loves his tight ends.
So do I.
Yeah.
Some continuity on offense. And, Tony, you've seen a lot of games. You haven't seen an NC State team play in a bowl game and then play the same team in the opener. And what is your take on this, how similar things will be versus how completely different they'll be against ECU?
Well, I think it works in NC State's favor because Dave Dorn, as he enters this season, he wanted NC State to be the team that has a chip on its shoulder. We always talk about East Carolina. ECU, they've got this big chip on their shoulder, especially when they play in-state teams. They do, and they've had a quality program over the years, and they have slayed some giants in their time and beaten NC State and North Carolina, as we know, multiple times. But sometimes you play ECU in the opener, and this is always back in the 70s. The Pirates and the Pack would play the first game of the season. And NC State would say, well, we're never going to go play in Greenville. And so East Carolina would have the chip on their shoulder. I think Dave Dorn can use that military bowl and everything that surrounded that military bowl and convince his guys, no, we're the ones that got a chip on our shoulder tonight. And I think that's the way they look at it.
You know, you're a guy that, like me, we as kids sat on the grassy bank here at NC State and watched East Carolina and NC State. From your perspective, thinking back to some of those games, how deeply rooted and passionate is this game between the Pack and the Pirates?
See, you're almost asking me the question I asked Wally Osley there. And then we'll give you the Wally Osley. Well,
they're all run together.
Yeah, they all kind of run together.
But you know the importance between these two schools.
I just remember that how different football was then, and Johnny was playing for the Pack. Think about both teams were running the option.
Yeah.
You know, ECU is a wishbone team.
Right.
Yeah, with Pat Dye was there. Johnny and his guys, they were running
the veer.
The split back veer. So there was a lot of pitches, a lot of fullback dives, a lot of running plays, not a lot of pass plays. I know Coach Ruffin inflated Johnny's passing numbers by saying he threw for 400 yards that night. I don't think, Johnny, they let you throw it enough to pass for 400 yards, right? They wanted Ted Brown to get the ball or whoever those running backs were. But, yeah, you could feel the energy in the stadium. And the Pack, the Pirate fans, they're going to buy every available ticket, and they're going to show up in force. But I do think Carter Finley Stadium now is even more electric than it was back then. You know, they filled in the stadium on both ends, and that was great back then. But I recall those games. Carter Finley is at another level, I think, now, the way the stadium's constructed.
Yeah, I sat in that green. We rolled down that, too, and then when they put in the Murphy Football Center, and there was a lot of excitement. It's just continued to build year over year. You talk about not playing in Greenville. I think more recent memory, and, Jeff, we drove down there together. The season opener, 21, and the famous, missed field goal. It was a nail-biter. A game NC State looked like they were in control. 2-touchdown lead at halftime. Here come the Pirates. That felt like an escape, really, from Greenville, and that one sticks in my mind in this rivalry of recent history in a regular season game. I don't know, the expected advantage for NC State is a double-digit spread. Nobody expects it to be that close, but you really don't know what you're going to get. You got 2 new defensive coordinators, you got a new offensive coordinator, a ton of new players on both sides. The great unknown of this first game.
First games are always the great unknown, maybe more so in this game, especially for NC State. You got 2 new coordinators. ECU really has no idea what they're going to see at the beginning of the game, but you also worry about emotions taking over in a game like this, and false starts and those sorts of things happening, especially early in the game. I think for NC State, coming out of last year, and Coach Dorn spent a lot of time on this, they lost a lot of close games. They lost 4 one-possession games last season, and one of the reasons they would get off to slow starts. I think Kurt Roper has spent a lot of time in the film room, the planning room, trying to figure out how can I get this offense in a good rhythm early, because they struggled with that last year most of the season.
Well, you're going to see Tony Haynes down there. If you're attending this game, you're going to see him roaming the sidelines. He'll have the headset on, so he might not be able to hear you. But if you see him running around, send him an email, show him love and support, and I'm really happy to hear that you've heard such an outpouring of that support here in this last week plus.
I heard from a general manager I worked for 40 years ago.
Wow.
In 1985. I mentioned earlier in the week, I think it was on the radio show, I heard from 2 ex-girlfriends.
Were they looking for alimony?
And on the release, the picture they used on the release, it was like 15 years old. And she said, I don't remember you ever looking that young.
Wow.
And my response was, well, maybe you had something to do with that.
Whoa. Just like Johnny is over the game against ECU, you're over your 2 ex-girlfriends that you're talking about, right?
Well, we appreciate you stopping by, and we're going to, again, soak up every minute and talk to you every week here and get your knowledge and expertise, and hopefully a few more stories.
Yeah,
That's some good ones.
Hopefully there'll be 13 or 14 games left.
Ooh,
yes, sir.
I like that.
Yes, sir. When we come back on the Lowe's Foods Countdown to Kickoff, you'll hear from NC State head coach Dave Doran. That's next on the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
All right, it's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, you're more than a policy, you're family. With offices in every county, we're close by when it matters most. Our local agents customize coverage to fit your life. And our award-winning claims team delivers fast, quality repairs. It's no surprise Forbes ranked us the #1 auto insurer in America. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
It's bow time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's bow time.
When it comes to engineering, in North Carolina, one name leads the pack. The College of Engineering at NC State University is where next-generation leaders design, build, and launch solutions into the world. Our students don't wait for the future, they create it now with real-world impact, innovative research, and industry partnerships that power change and fuel our economy. We're solving problems that matter here in North Carolina and beyond. Engineering the future. It all starts at NC State.
This is D'Antonio Burnett, and you're listening to Wolfpack Football.
Best things about football is the food. You can get everything for your game day spread at Lowe's Foods. There are over 60 different flavors of sausages for your grill. They have some of the best fried chicken you will eat. They even sauce and toss your wings to order. And don't forget the beer den. Lowe's Foods was started in North Carolina, and it's still based here today. Lowe's Foods, proudly supporting the Wolfpack.
To us, every moment matters. Moments of quiet perseverance and loud celebrations. Starting moments and the moments that make us feel unstoppable. We're here to help you be present for them all. UNC Health is dedicated to getting you back to what you love. Faster, stronger, and healthier. Official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics.
It's time for the Coca-Cola Coach's Comments with the head coach of the Wolfpack, Dave Doran. Fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola. Standing by with Coach Doran, here's Matt Chazanow.
Coach, here we go. Finally here. It is game day. It's the first ball game of 2025. Winningest coach in school history, 13th year here in Raleigh. So many season openers. What still gets your juices flowing the most here about openers? What do you love about the first kickoff of the year?
It's just getting a chance to really see the guys play the game. We've been training them hard since January, physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, systems, technique, strength and conditioning, and you don't really get to see it come to fruition until you play a game. And so it's just the opportunity to see these guys cut it loose and go play, and for us to see where we're at and what we need to get better at.
You have elevated Kurt Roper as your offensive coordinator now. Last year, quarterbacks coach. He's got this great relationship with CJ Bailey. Coach Roper has a long track record of success and prolific passing numbers with his QBs. How good can CJ Bailey be in this system?
CJ can have a great season for us, and he's done all the things Kurt's asked. He's really grown up. His maturity level way different than last year. I'm talking about football, not life. Just understanding the game, and how college football works and how many things can come at him from a defensive standpoint, how to manage the clock, all the things that you want your quarterback to be able to do. His growth since freshman year has been really fun to watch.
Is one of the things that makes you most excited about his possibilities also the weapons that he has, Justin Jolie and beyond?
Yeah, and continuity with those weapons too. You got to play a lot of football with Justin, with Hollywood, with Noah, with Wesley. So these returning players that have time spent with CJ, there's a chemistry there, and it's hard to get that when you first walk in the door. So it's not just his growth, but it's the growth of the players that he's had around him.
We're here a few minutes before kickoff here on opening night. On the flip side of the ball here with Coach Doran, your defensive coordinator, DJ Elliott, is here now on campus. What have you seen from his defense and his scheme that you like a lot?
DJ does a lot of different things schematically, and so, it's the variety that we can play with, from fronts to stunts to blitzes to coverages, the disguises he can use, the different packages to take advantage of players' play sets and get different guys in and out of the game. The way he presents it to the guys, being a seasoned coordinator and an NFL coach, he's just been around a while. He understands how to teach his scheme, and he knows the strengths, he knows the weaknesses. DJ's unique because he's coached every position on defense as a position coach, so he really understands how to present the information to the guys.
We had an opportunity earlier in the broadcast to catch up with Caden Fordham, and he seemed really honored to wear number 1. He's really excited to take on and embrace this role, his words. He also struck me as really focused. Is he a man on a mission here this year for the Pack defense?
When you lose the game like he did to an injury last year, there's a different perspective you have for being out there. And I think he definitely is a humble young man, but he's a guy that has tremendous pride for the program, for the name on the front, for his family name on the back, for his brothers around him. He's going to give everything he has.
You're playing East Carolina here in this opener. I'll let you go after this, Coach, as we get set for kickoff. This cuts both ways, but it's unique to have the bowl opponent be the opening opponent. How does that affect? Does it give you additional film on schematics and what they're doing that's unique for an opener? And it's rare to play a team back-to-back in this way.
Well, there's definitely some things that you remember about the opponent, and you know their personnel better than you would if you hadn't played them. That's returning anyway. They'll have new pieces as well. But there's also new things that they're going to be doing. You know, we know that they've changed since the offseason, new defensive coordinator. So you're kind of waiting to see if they are who you think they are. But there's definitely, you know, some recognition and some carryover for us. We've changed coordinators. So, you know, how we game planned against them will be different than how we game plan this year. So, you know, there's a lot of similarity and there's a lot of differences at the same time. So I think the first 3 games every year are similar. There's a lot of, you know, trying to get to know who they are. You can look at last year's film, you can look at where they came from's film, but it's really about the team they're on now.
Thank you very much for your time, Coach. Good luck here against the Pirates.
Thanks a lot. Go Pack.
Were the Coca-Cola Coach's comments from the head coach of the Wolfpack, Dave Doran. Johnny Evans returns in a moment with the Carolina Ford dealers' keys to the game. This is the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
Gotta move. That's usually the reaction. It's the mountain of stuff that's got to be packed, organized, and transferred, which is where Miracle Movers of Raleigh steps in. They're in the business of moving mountains. It's like a miracle because you don't have to stress. You just hand it over to the pros at Miracle Movers. Their top-notch team takes care of all the details. Whether it's a big move or small, local or long distance, Miracle Movers does it all. Moving, packing, even storage. Reach out for a miracle today and get a free estimate at miraclemoversusa.com.
Sports and Social Carry is the home of the NC State Wolfpack football watch parties. Catch every moment of the action while the Pack is on the road on the huge 42-foot HD big screen with games, prizes, and giveaways and your favorite Pack traditions. Sports and Social Carry will offer the ultimate NC State fan experience while the team is away. Visit sportsandsocialcarry.com and follow on social media at SportsSocialNCCarry.
Life doesn't wait for perfect conditions, and neither should your deck. Trex Decking is performance engineered to handle real life. From cleats to claws, spilled wine to scraping chairs, Trex doesn't crack, splinter, or flinch. It just holds strong and keeps looking great for years to come. So when you're ready for a deck that takes on daily chaos like a champ, choose the brand that's built to outlast the rest. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors. Visit Trex.com to learn more.
One of the best things about football is the food. You can get everything for your game day spread at Lowe's Foods. There are over 60 different flavors of sausages for your grill. They have some of the best fried chicken you will eat. They even sauce and toss your wings to order. And don't forget the beer den. Lowe's Foods was started in North Carolina, and it's still based here today. Lowe's Foods, proudly supporting the Wolfpack.
Football season is here, and the fall months are approaching, but it's still warm. That means pests like ants, roaches, and mosquitoes are out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. Arrow is trusted to keep Carter Finley Stadium a pest-free zone and is a supporter of the NC State Wolfpack. So, rest assured that with Arrow Pest and Termite Control, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free pest inspection today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Hey, this is Matt Chazanow, voice of the Wolfpack. When it comes to banking, Dogwood State Bank stands out. Dogwood isn't your average bank. They're reshaping community banking. They prioritize your needs, whether you're a small business or a seasoned pro. At Dogwood, they understand the value of your business. Come experience the Dogwood difference for yourself. Dogwood State Bank, proudly serving Raleigh, Charlotte, Sanford, Wilmington, Greenville, Morehead City, and Fayetteville. Visit dogwoodstatebank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
We're live, Carter Finley Stadium, hopping already. East Carolina in the Pack, about to tee it up and start the 2025 football season. I'm Tony Haynes on the sidelines. Johnny and Chaz up in the booth. Carolina Ford dealers, keys to the game coming up. And when you drive a smart and powerful Ford F-150, you're ready to tackle any job. Game on. For great offers or to learn more about F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your local Carolina Ford dealer, proud sponsor of NC State Athletics. All right, let's get to the keys of this first game. Johnny Evans, you know, last year the Pack got off to slow starts, and it really hurt NC State. The Pack would dig a hole, and then they'd have to try to come back. They ended up losing 4 one-possession games. Don't you think that new offensive coordinator Kurt Roper has spent a lot of time this offseason trying to figure out a way to get his offense in a good rhythm early?
Well, it goes back to that script that all the offensive coordinators these days do. They get the first 10 or 12 plays. They're going to run those unless of some extreme circumstance of the game that keeps them from doing that. And so I'm sure he spent a lot more time on his first quarter script than he probably ever has in his coaching career. For that very reason, Tony, so important, especially in a game like this where there's going to be so much emotion from East Carolina's going to bring some juice. You better believe that. And NC State's going to have to match that here early in this football game.
You look at that bowl game last year, some stats really stick out. East Carolina was 12 of 16 on three-point conversion, or on third down conversions. The Pirates rushed for over 360 yards, including the quarterback Hauser, who had 84 yards rushing. The Pack kind of turned him loose a few times. I don't think NC State expected him to run the football like that as much, but that was a struggle all season long. NC State opponents last year averaged 4.8 yards per rush. It's hard to win if you can't defend the run. I think that's an area that DJ Elliott's going to try to fix.
And the strength, I think, of this, at least for now, what the known strength, because there's going to be 5 or 6 new names, new players starting at defensive positions, but those 2 linebackers, Brown and Fordham, they're the mainstays. They're the run stoppers. They're the ones that are going to have to make a difference and make that number, instead of averaging 4.8 a rush against our defense, it's going to have to be in the 3s for it to be a successful season.
How much do you worry about emotion getting in the way of execution in a game like this?
You worry a little bit about it. I think the coaches have done a very good job. Coach Doran is through the years, historically, he helps give these guys a perspective. He coaches to that. I'd be real surprised if you see a lot of popping off by NC State players. A lot of, they're going to play physical, they're going to play hard, they're going to play emotional, but they can't let that get in the way of thinking early in this football game.
Let's play. 2025 about to start. Chaz has the call. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to NC State football from Learfield. We get it going right after this. You're listening to Wolfpack football from Learfield.
The fans came out today, David.
That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates.
Check out that Ford F-150 truck, a championship caliber performance.
Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top.
Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Sheetz is your one-stop shop for, well, everything. It's where you go for your eating fries alone in the car nightcap or your whoops, we forgot to pack that moment. It's where you go to satisfy your beef jerky craving and build your ultimate and completely weird favorite sandwich. It's 24/7 access to cat food, Advil, and iced tea. In other words, Sheetz is the pit stop for everyday life, and they're always waiting to help with a smile and a hello. So the next time you're craving just about anything, ask yourself, why the Sheetz not?
Wolfpack fans, CPI Security is the official security and smart home company of NC State Athletics. Get the best defense with the Southeast leader in smart security. With CPI Security's professional installation and state-of-the-art 24/7 monitoring, you can rest assured knowing your home and business are protected. Plus, with our newest service, Night Guard, you can sleep soundly knowing CPI is on guard in the overnight hours. Contact us today to learn more at cpisecurity.com.
Whether you're cheering for the Wolfpack or caring for your land, we know you're all in all season long. And Case IH compact and utility tractors are all in too. Mowing, digging, hauling. Our equipment, designed to meet the needs of America's farm fields, makes caring for your home field easier. Your Case IH dealer can show you how our equipment can make this season a winning one. Case IH, built by farmers.
Hey, this is Dwayne Washington. You're listening to Wolfpack Football.
To us, every moment matters. Moments of quiet perseverance and loud celebrations. Starting moments and the moments that make us feel unstoppable. We're here to help you be present for them all. UNC Health is dedicated to getting you back to what you love. Faster, stronger, and healthier. Official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics.
One of the best things about football is the food. You can get everything for your game day spread at Lowe's Foods. There are over 60 different flavors of sausages for your grill. They have some of the best fried chicken you will eat. They even sauce and toss your wings to order. And don't forget the beer den. Lowe's Foods was started in North Carolina, and it's still based here today. Lowe's Foods, proudly supporting the Wolfpack.
Is ready.
Handoff, smothers, dives, touchdown! Airs it out left side, leaping effort, intercepted. It's Pack football.
Are you?
He's flushed out of the pocket, under duress, and sacked for Riley Price.
It's time for Wolfpack football.
Fires end zone, touchdown! Right down the seam. He throws it left, completely short, and NC State's going to send him off the field. That should do it.
Now, to bring you all the action, let's go live to the Lenovo broadcast booth and join Tony Haynes, Johnny Evans, and the voice of the Wolfpack, Matt Chazanow.
It is great to be with you here on a gorgeous night for football. It's the 2025 season opener as NC State takes on East Carolina. And it's time now for the injury report, brought to you by UNC Health, the official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics. Late-breaking news on the East Carolina side of things, Johnny. It could be impactful for this one. Their tight end room, Desario Riles, their starting tight end. 24 career games, 5 starts. TBD, we'll need to lean on Tony Haynes a little bit, as we have so many times down on the sidelines, to see if Riles is out there and is spry. He may play, but he may not be quite right. TBD on that. It is worth noting there is a suspension as the Pack has taken the field to pyrotechnics here in Raleigh. Backup left tackle for the Pirates, Jason Tarpa, is suspended, but there's a crucial difference. Brandon Cleveland and Val Erickson for the Pack are suspended from the bowl game ruckus just for the first half. Tarpa's done the whole game, and that is an American Conference rule. It's a different conference policy. So he's out the whole time. So their offensive line's a little more thin than they expected. Other than that, it's a clean sheet. We'll watch to see and listen to see if ECU's tight end is okay. And here the Pirates now are out of the field. Johnny, not sure if you can tell or not.
Yeah, well, I think anybody with ears can definitely tell that this is the opposing team coming into Carter Finley. It's going to be hostile, but I think ECU players believe they're up to the task, but it's really the mandate of the NC State players to put it into that really fast, early in this football game.
Weather reports brought to you by Swift Brothers Plumbing, Heating and Air, and Electrical. For Swift same-day service you can trust, call Swift Brothers for all your plumbing, HVAC, and electrical needs. 75 degrees at kick, light wind from left to right. That doesn't seem to be affecting the flags and the goalposts in the right end zone. It's a gorgeous day, maybe even unseasonably a little bit cooler than it typically is. Last year it was nice and roasty up here in the booth. Very comfortable here tonight.
Yeah, I don't think the heat is going to be an issue. You know, they've got the fans, they've got the hydration. These players are going to be just fine. They're going to think they're playing in perfect environment.
Referee for this ball game, the voice you hear on the microphone, is Charles Lamartina. He is an American Conference referee. It's an American Conference crew as the captains are heading toward that center midfield logo at the 50. ECU purple helmets, white tops, purple pants, as they exchange civilities here with the red-clad Pack with the white helmets in these gorgeous new City of Oaks uniforms. And here's the coin toss.
ECU, you'll be calling the toss. The conference logo is a heads, that's a tails and a heads. Your call, sir.
Heads.
He calls heads. It is heads, you won the toss. You're taking the ball, correct? The goal you'd like to defend. What goal do you want to defend?
We want to kick that way.
Put your backs to that goal. Put your backs to this goal. ECU has won tonight's coin toss and will defer their option to the second half. To start the game, NC State shall receive.
All right, so ECU wins the toss and defers as we're live here in the Lenovo broadcast booth, just about set for kickoff. Johnny, final thoughts before we get this thing kicked off here.
Yeah, well, this is going to be exciting. You can see the fans are starting to fill this place up, and you can just feel the vibe that a lot of NC State fans have been waiting for this moment for about 7 months since that bowl game ended back in December.
It was amazing when that matchup was announced and everybody looked at next year's schedule and put the dots together on it, connected the dots and said, wait a minute, the Military Bowl is going to lead to an offseason directly into this ball game. You get back-to-back opponents, back-to-back years, the same opponent. Very strange, very unique. Duke Scott is out to return the first kick of the year. Colson Fields embraces him, pats him on the helmet, left goal line. We are just about set for ball here in Raleigh for the season opener, the Pack of the Pirates. Kickoff man for ECU is Everett Scott. He's teeing it up near hashes at the right 35-yard line. This place is rocking already. Scott angles the ball on the tee. Shadows engulf the field. Couple of flickers of sun through on the far side. It is mostly in shade as we are set for a 7 o'clock kick and we're underway. It's end over end, right to left, a line driver that Scott blasts out of the left end zone. And Johnny, here we go, buddy. We have been chomping at the bit for the Pack and the Pirates season opener.
Well, there's been a lot written about Duke Scott, the running back, kickoff return man for NC State. He's had a great fall. He's a uniquely gifted athlete, but the kicker Scott for the Pirates eliminated him touching the ball here to start this football game.
So C.J. Bailey huddles up at the 20-yard line with his offense. Wesley Grimes to the near side of the field. He's all by himself. Ball left hashes, first snap of the season. Under center. No, it's a shotgun set. Bailey takes the snap, hands it off left to Smothers, who's chopped down at the 30-yard line. He almost broke a big one at the 30.5-yard line to the far side of the field as Smothers is taken down by Jordy Lowry, who interestingly also opened against the Pack last year for Western Carolina. Transfer from Cullowhee to Greenville. So he's back here in Raleigh for back-to-back openers. 30 seconds in, it is 2nd and 4. Snap back to Bailey, looks right, zips it that way. That's caught by Jackson, angling to the center of the field. And 4 Pirates chop him down, but not until he gets a first down and then some over the 40-yard line to the 42. It was a gain and a First Horizon first down. Samuel Denka, the linebacker, the first one there.
Pack's offense are in a little bit of a hurry up here. They're trying to get the tempo going and try to get some momentum.
Shotgun set here for Bailey. 2 receivers to the right now, 1 to the left. Ball at the 42-yard line. Jackson motions right to left in front of Bailey. Stops in the left slot. Now Bailey claps for the ball. Tons of time for Bailey. He lofts it near side of the field. It is incomplete. It was Wesley Grimes at the Pirate 37-yard line, right in front of the Pack sideline, over his left shoulder. He couldn't one-hand it in, incomplete.
Yeah, it would have been an outstanding, maybe the catch of the year if Grimes pulls that down, but you got to give your quarterback, man, he threw that ball, C.J. Bailey, on a rope. It was almost a perfect pass to Grimes.
Here's Smothers now to the right of Bailey. Justin Jolie trots to the right side of the formation. 2nd and 10, snap at the Pack 42. Left-handed give to Smothers, eludes a tackle now at the backfield, 45-yard line, angles left 50, great blocking 40, far sideline 30, flags come out behind the play as Smothers is shepherded out near the red zone. Far side of the field. Samuel Danka tracks him down in pursuit, backtracking for the Pirates, but the flag looms at the ECU 39.
Yeah, Noah Rogers, the wide receiver on that side. Smothers was running behind. They're going to catch him on a hold. When Rogers saw the flags come out by two different refs, he just really was very demonstrative. He was as if to say, there's no way that I was holding, but he's going to be caught, and it looks like it's going to negate a big run.
Holding. Offense number 5. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Second down.
Pulls back a 38-yard pickup by Smothers. He looks explosive right now out of the backfield.
It looked more like the defender, the cornerback for the Pirates, almost had the face mask, Tony, of Noah Rogers.
Yeah, there was a hold there, but it was on the wrong. It was on ECU.
Cody Hardy's in the game now for the first time. The big blocking tight end off to the left. Dante Daniels to the right. It's 2nd and 1 at the ECU 49. Snap Bailey gives it Duke Scott now. Shuffles the cleats and he's stuffed. Loss of a yard behind the play. Duke Scott in his first carry here for the Pack is touched up by Jamarly Whittle, the safety, who charged in and chops him down for a gain of 0. It's 3rd and 1 now.
And Matt, this is where I'm sure Kurt Roper wants to improve offensively. 3rd and short, 4th and short. I would be surprised if they put the ball in the air. They want to make a statement. We're going to be able to run the football. He's going to tell those offensive linemen, you guys get some push, and we can pick up a yard really whenever you need to.
Smothers back in the ballgame. It's an offset I formation. Justin Jolie has his hand on the grass. Snap back to Bailey. He charges forward. QB sneak, first down. Gain of a few yards for the 6'6" C.J. Bailey. Down to the sidelines, Tony Haynes.
Yeah, that's something we're going to see more of this year. Short yardage, goal line. Quarterback under center instead of taking the ball out of the shotgun. You know, two things happen there. You can incorporate quarterback sneak, and if you decide to hand it off to the tailback's already got some momentum built towards the line of scrimmage. So I like that change by Kurt Roper with those short yardage situations.
1st and 10 now at the Pirate 46. 3 minutes into the ball game. Bailey walks up behind center. Jalen Grant to adjust the offensive set. Snap back to Bailey. Turns and gives left now. This is Smothers. He squirts through the center of the line, and now he shoulders to the 40-yard line over toward the 39. A gain of about 6 yards for Smothers, who's sideways there right down the center of the Pirate defense.
Smothers looks like he's just picking up right where he left off, which was on the rise the last several games for NC State last year. He looks quick. He looks explosive. And he looks like he's just a shoestring away on every one of his touches so far from making a big one. 3
carries for north of 30 yards now for Smothers. 2nd and 3 at the Pirate 39. Ball dead center between the hashes. Snap Bailey, 4 receivers. Tons of time. Spirals left. There's Jolie, first haul. He inhales the football and is chopped down after a first down to the 34. A 5-yard gain to the left slot to big Justin Jolie for another First Horizon first down.
And not too many tight ends can be split out like that, like a wide receiver, like Jolie's doing again, and he can be like a wide receiver.
Yeah, snap back now to Bailey as he hands it off to Smothers, tries to pick his way through the center of the line and cannot. Brought down at the 35-yard line, maybe lost half a yard. Jolie was like a wide receiver there, wasn't he, Johnny, to the far boundary?
Yeah, he was out as split out to the numbers, and then he had his wide receiver stacked right behind him. This is what you can do with Jolie. Most tight ends would be useless out that far out in the field.
He's out there again, left side of the formation. Now he motions toward the line. 2nd and 11 at the Pirate 35. First drive of the game. 10:26 first quarter. Snap Bailey, play fake, zips it left. That's caught on a slant to the 20-yard line. There's a first down to the tip of the red zone for NC State as they're on the drive. Terrell Anderson with his first haul of the year, and it's 1st and 10 at the 20, a gain of about 15 yards. Quick to the line. Shotgun Bailey takes a sternum high snap, hands it off to Scott, chops through a tackle inside the 10, and he's brought down to the 7-yard line. Duke Scott, 13-yard run, 1st and goal Pack.
And you saw the explosiveness that we've been hearing so much about this fall. He's one of the strongest squatters on the team. He's a muscled guy. He's very athletic and very explosive, and you saw that on that little quick draw play.
Cody Hardy and Dante Daniels back in. Left side of the formation off Jacarius Peak's left hip. Shotgun set, first and goal from the 7. Bailey claps for the football. Lofts it near side of the end zone, over his target. Incomplete, no flag. Wanted Wesley Grimes toward the back right corner of the right end zone. It sets up second and goal from the 7.
You heard the crowd there in that corner of the end zone. Thought there was a little bit of a hand wrestling going on between the defensive back of the Pirates, and as they see the replay there, you hear a little bit more of a rumble as well. Probably a good no call, but they're going to play physical. The referees really ought to allow them to play physical in this football game.
Corner there's Rashid Reason, an Old Dominion transfer, very experienced player for the Monarchs. Played in Virginia for the last few years. Play clock's ticking down. Second and goal from the 7, and C.J. Bailey takes a timeout. And the clock in the first quarter is at 9:24.
NC State takes their first charge timeout of the half. It's a 30-second timeout. Johnny, certainly best to use the timeout and talk things over than take the yardage loss, right?
Oh yeah, especially in that situation down there, that close to the goal line. A 5-yard penalty on second and goal can really thwart your effort. So yeah, it's very smart on CJ's part, showing a little bit of composure there. There was just a little bit. They weren't quite as organized getting the play in because it was an incomplete pass in the end zone. Should have had a play called and should have been able to have gotten up to the line of scrimmage in plenty of time.
So there's been an announcement as the teams are still in timeout. Carter Finley's going to have concerts now over the next few years. There's no rock star currently like Tony Haynes on the sideline. Guy couldn't get his pregame hit out with people cheering at him on the sideline before we kicked off.
There's the fan club down there, the Tony Haynes fan club.
Yeah, there's like 150,000 of them here in the state or more. Second and goal from the 7. Pack's trying to score, first drive of the year. Started with a touchback at their own 25. Here's Bailey, shotgun, takes the snap. He's a keeper now as he runs off the left side of the line, and he's smushed with a flag that comes out. A gain of about 0 off the left side of the formation. Jamarlee Whittle is credited with the tackle, and one of the Pack offensive linemen is down. It might be Teague Anderson, the right tackle, as that formation moved to the left, and the training staff is out.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, offense number 54. 15-yard penalty from the dead ball spot. The down counts. It's third down.
Well, they called the penalty on Teague Anderson, who's the injured player on the field, as he's sitting down at the 7-yard line. We need to take a break at 9:17 first quarter. In football, you need a great game plan. Same with your health care benefits. That's why more people trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, the state's most preferred health insurers. So put Blue Cross North Carolina on your team, official health insurance partner of NC State Athletics. We'll take a break. Sets up third and goal from the 22. With 9:17 here on the first quarter clock. Scoreless, Pack and Pirates, first drive of the year. We'll take a break. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
Bo time. Fumble in the food on game day? Rookie move. But Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, we believe that getting to know you is the best way to protect what you love most. We have friendly agents in every county to help you prepare for the unexpected. And when life doesn't go as planned, our award-winning claims team will be with you every step of the way. Find a local agent today at ncfbins.com. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
All the action, all season long. You're listening to NC State Football.
Tony Haynes back here on the sidelines. Injury timeout. Right tackle Teague Anderson was able to walk off under his own power. That's good news. He was arguably the biggest pickup the Pack had out of the transfer portal because he really solved an issue at the right tackle position as NC State attempted to rebuild the offensive line. And Anderson's been really good in the preseason. And the fact that he was able to walk off under his own power, perhaps a good sign. And those knee braces, that's why these offensive linemen wear those big knee braces to prevent serious injury. And hopefully the brace worked for Anderson. But now the problem was he's called for unsportsmanlike conduct, and it was after the whistle. That means the down counts after the C.J. Bailey scramble, and so now NC State's going to face 3rd and long.
Johnny, what do you think here? 3rd and goal from the 22?
Yeah, I'm thinking that you might just try a little screen out and let one of your athletes try to break a tackle or two. You start trying to force the ball down in this situation, then you possibly have a turnover.
Unique situation. Don't get a lot of 3rd and goals from the 22. 3 receivers to the right, 1 left. 9:17 first quarter. Ball left hashes. Shotgun set. Bailey takes the snap. Deep drop dump off over the middle, just like you said, Johnny. There's Smothers, pulls it down inside the 15-yard line, and then he's tackled to the 12. As Smothers gains about 10, 11 yards, and it sets up a field goal situation for the new Pack kicker, Nick Konachinski, who won the job over Kanoa Vincent, last year's returning starter. It's a little 10-yard dump off there to Smothers.
Yep. Well, that's the smart play. Good call by Roper. You hope that your athlete can break a tackle or two, but if not, then you got a short field goal for the very first kick for Konachinski.
29-yard kick, right hashes. Snap, hold the boot. Konachinski sends it through, and it's 3-0 Pack. 8:34 first quarter. NC State's on top. After the drive does stall out 7 yards away from a touchdown, Konachinski is now 1 for 1, kicking field goals for NC State. Pulse of the Pack has the inside scoop on all things NC State athletics. Join our Wolfpack Sports Network hosts as they share the latest news and take you behind the scenes of Wolfpack athletics. Tune in on, check your local listings for more details. We'll take a break. It is 8:34 first quarter. 3-0 NC State leads East Carolina. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
Wolfpack fans, CPI Security is the official security and smart home company of NC State Athletics. Get the best defense with the Southeast leader in smart security. With CPI Security's professional installation and state-of-the-art 24/7 monitoring, you can rest assured knowing your home and business are protected. Plus, with our newest service, Night Guard, you can sleep soundly knowing CPI is on guard in the overnight hours. Contact us today to learn more at cpisecurity.com.
Yo, it's Isaiah Moore. You're listening to Wolfpack Football.
To us, every moment matters. Moments of quiet perseverance and loud celebrations. Starting moments and the moments that make us feel unstoppable. We're here to help you be present for them all. UNC Health is dedicated to getting you back to what you love. Faster, stronger, and healthier. Official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics.
At Window World, we proudly support our active duty military and veterans. Our Salute to Service platform during NC State athletic events honors those who serve our country to recognize the sacrifices made to protect our freedoms. Window World is America's exterior remodeler, improving homes and changing lives. Locally owned, nationally trusted, serving Raleigh and Fayetteville with windows, doors, siding, garage doors, and roofing. Visit WindowWorldofRaleigh.com for your free estimate today. Window World is a proud sponsor of NC State Athletics.
Nothing after the John Heister scoring drive. 15 plays, 64 yards, takes a lot of time off. 6:26 ends with a 29-yard Konachinski field goal. 89 total yards gained in the drive.
Yeah, it was a great first drive. CJ was comfortable in the pocket, hitting his passes. The Smothers and Duke Scott look explosive running the football. The 2 penalties, Matt, is what killed that drive. One penalty that nullified a big run by Smothers around the corner on a holding penalty, and then that penalty by Teague Anderson after the play. that's the one that really killed that drive. Fortunately, NC State comes away with 3 points.
So here's Charlie Birtwistle. He's 1 for 1 last year against Stanford in his only kickoff attempt. He replaces the great Colin Smith, and Birtwistle boots it off the tee, and it's out of the back of the right end zone. Johnny, remember the weapon that Colin Smith was last year. The other teams couldn't get a return game on the field.
Yeah, we were several games, Tony, into the season before there was even a return by Colin Smith, and now Birtwistle is 1 for 1 in his career.
That's a good way to take away a potential big play because most of these kickoff returners are really good. I just saw trainer Justin Smith give Coach Doran an update on Teague Anderson. I couldn't hear the conversation. Coach Doran looked kind of dejected, though, when he got the news, but I'm not going to read into that because he was already dejected because of those 2 penalties on that opening drive, but I'll try to get more news on Teague.
All right, Caden Hauser takes the first snap here for ECU. Dump off left flat, and there is a loss on the play of about 5 yards. Nowhere to go for Jaquez Petaway, the Oklahoma transfer. 5'10", 194 junior, shut down by Sebastian Harsh, loss of 5. Here's 2nd and 15. 8 minutes, 14 seconds in ticking first quarter. Snap left hash is Hauser. Play fake, roll out right. Under pressure, dump off, caught at the right flat and shoved out of bounds back toward the line of scrimmage. A gain of about 6 as ECU now has 3rd and long set up. Jackson Vick with that tackle there. That was the tight end to Sario Riles. I guess he is healthy. 3rd and 9 now. The 26. Hauser steps up, throws it over the middle, dropped. That was London Montgomery out of the backfield. The running back had some green, but there were cleats right near him. And it's a 3 and out for East Carolina. They will need to punt as NC State's defense shuts them down.
And Caden Hauser, quarterback for the Pirates, climbed the pocket, up into the pocket, and the seas parted in front of him. It'd probably been a better decision when he watches the video of just keeping the football, and he had a better chance of picking it up.
Ryan Levy takes the snap, boots it from the 15-yard line. This is a really good punt as Wesley Grimes backpedals and fair catches it at the 27. Impact territory. 7:31 to play first quarter after the 47-yard boot by Ryan Levy. Now, Levy was a Duke Blue Devil last year. Although he didn't play at all, he was a walk-on. He was a Furman Paladin punter 3 years prior. Down to the sidelines, Tony Haynes.
Yeah, they put a sleeve on Anderson left knee, and they're adjusting his brace. I did talk to Director of Sports Medicine for football, Justin Smith, and right now he says it's just kind of a wait and see with Teague Anderson.
Rico Jackson is the right tackle now, and that Val Erickson, remember, is suspended this half if he was going to bump in, and bump Kamen Smith out. So snap back to Bailey at the 27 now. This is a give to Smothers, and he's whipped down to the turf. That's about a loss of 1 yard to the 26-yard line. Damian Wilson, the middle linebackers there for ECU. 2 arms around the thighs, and he pushes him down between the hashes.
And that was right over where Teague Anderson would have been playing, that right tackle position, and there was penetration on that side of the football, and Smothers really didn't have a chance to even get back to the line of scrimmage.
3-0, Pack has the lead. 7 minutes here, first quarter clock. Snap back to Bailey, 2nd and 11, sidearms it right. One-handed grab near sideline by Joe Lee as he tumbles, barrel rolling into the Pack sideline over the 30 to the 31, a gain of 5. Left hand of Joe Lee, full extension, bear paws the ball and gains 5 yards.
It doesn't look like that big of a deal, but for him to pick up those extra 4 or 5 yards after that one-hand stab really puts him in a nice position, 3rd and medium.
3rd and 6. Pack up 3-0. Ball right hashes. Bailey shotgun. 2 receivers each side. Drops back, does Bailey after the snap. Pump fake. Drifts out of the pocket. Throws over the center of the field. And it is caught. First down, Pack to the 40-yard line. Broken play as Noah Rogers backtracks back toward the line for a 9-yard gain, a First Horizon first down.
Really scary when a right-handed quarterback is running to the right sidelines. He's already outside the numbers, close to the sideline, turns his shoulders and throws it back inside the hashes. Usually that's a negative play. CJ made it happen.
1st and 10 now at the 40. Snap to Bailey. Hands it off to Smothers. He's gobbled up. East Carolina's lines up to the task there. Loss of a couple of yards in the play. Clock 5:45 and ticking first quarter in this 3-0 Pack lead.
East Carolina's getting a little too much penetration there at the line of scrimmage that for, I'm sure, Court Roper's liking, and it's putting them in a 2nd and long situation. That's going to catch up with you if you do that too often.
There's Kendrick DuJour off the edge. Stand-up man on the line right now once again. Sam Houston State transfer. Snap 2nd and 12 now. Bailey turns, gives left. Duke Scott not there as he is pancaked down at the 37-yard line. Loss on the play, loss of 1. It sets up 3rd and quite long. 3rd and about a baker's dozen.
And that's the play. On a draw play, you want penetration, but you want to create lanes. That time, the Pirates' front 4, they kept their lanes integrity and were able to make the negative behind the line of scrimmage tackle.
3rd and 13 now for the Pack. Pack's 2 for 3 on 3rd downs here on this first game of the year. Shotgun set. Bailey, 3 receivers right, 1 left. Snap back to CJ. Pats the ball, dump off over the middle. There is a completion, but chopped down immediately toward the original line of game is the receiver. I believe it was Terrell Anderson on the haul, and he is shouldered down at the ankles at the 39-yard line. Gain of about 2, and Caden Noonkester comes on for his first punt of the year.
Chalk that series up offensively to penetration. Too much penetration on 1st and 2nd down, and trying to throw the ball underneath when you're 3rd and long. You can't pick that up.
Here's Kyler Pearson back to return the punt now from Noonkester. This is his 31st start for the Pack as he boots it with the right foot from the 29. This is a spiraling ball, fair caught at the ECU 21 by Pearson. Sure-handed there, a 45-yard punt by Noonkester. Clock at 3:53 here in the first quarter. NC State's on top, 3-0. North Carolina is known for its legendary barbecue joints, and the Pit proudly continues this tradition by serving authentic whole hog pit-cooked barbecue. Visit the Pit in downtown Raleigh and also available at concession areas at Carter Finley. We'll take a break. It is 3-0. Pack has the lead. ECU ball when we come back at its own 21 with 3:53 to play here in the 21st consecutive sellout of Carter Finley Stadium. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
The fans came out today, David.
That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates.
Check out that Ford F-150 truck, a championship caliber performance.
Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top.
Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Sheetz is your one-stop shop for, well, everything. It's where you go for your eating fries alone in the car nightcap or your whoops, we forgot to pack that moment. It's where you go to satisfy your beef jerky craving and build your ultimate and completely weird favorite sandwich. It's 24/7 access to cat food, Advil, and iced tea. In other words, Sheetz is the pit stop for everyday life, and they're always waiting to help with a smile and a hello. So the next time you're craving just about anything, ask yourself, why the Sheetz not?
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to power a brighter future in Wolfpack Nation and across our state. Beyond providing electricity that powers our lives, electric co-ops are strengthening local communities with education grants, economic development, innovative energy projects, and tools to help you better manage your home energy use. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com.
The Pack versus the Pirates. Back now to Carter Finley Stadium.
Another injury for NC State, unfortunately, here in the first quarter. Jaron Sensabaugh, a cornerback that they really like. He was on the punt team, and he came off hanging his shoulder. So they've taken him into the tent, and they're examining him right now. So that's two injuries early. NC State, for the most part, got through camp fairly injury-free, but unfortunately, I've had to report a couple of those here in this first quarter.
Tony, pretty easy to analyze NC State's two offensive series. The first was thwarted by the two big penalties. On that series, there were 4 tackle for losses by the pack, or given up by the pack. So you can't play on your side of the line of scrimmage.
TFLs and the penalties, they're off schedule.
First and 10 here for ECU out of the timeout. 2 receivers stacked up far side, 1 to the left side. Snap to Hauser. It's a keeper as he fakes the handoff, and he tumbles forward for a gain of about 2, maybe 3. Clock starts up, 3:43 first quarter. There's Caden Fordham, number 1 on the stick.
Good to see Fordham back in action after that serious injury last year.
Led the team in tackles last year till he got hurt. Snap to Hauser at the 23. Flag comes out as he turns and gives to the back, and not much doing. A little shift to the left side there for Parker Jenkins, the running back. And it's a hold. It's coming back, isn't it? Sebastian Harsh was there for the tackle.
Holding. Offense number 75. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
How about that hold that's on left guard Kyle Long? He's a Big Ten transfer. He's a Maryland Terrapin. And he had 6 Big Ten starts a couple of years ago. He is a Big Ten offensive lineman on the left side of that line there. Big fella. 6'5", 342 on the left side of the line. That is a big boy.
It is.
Second and 18. 3:20 first quarter, pack up 3-0. Hauser claps for the ball at his own 13. It's a jet sweep now. Not much doing as the wide receiver Petaway has no room on the near sideline, and Trevally Price shuts him down at the 11. Flag comes out after the play with 3:07 on the clock here in the first. Is it taunting, Johnny? What do you think?
I don't think it's taunting. I think he was going to make the tackle. He saw him go down, and he tried to hold up.
There is no foul on the play.
Yeah, I think that's a good picking up of the flag. It looked like the defender, Price, made every effort, maybe slipped, maybe the momentum just kind of carried him down. It wasn't a slam trying to injure another player.
Kenny Soares and A.J. Richardson are the linebackers in now here for the pack. With 3rd and 20 for East Carolina at its own 11. 3 receivers right, 1 short side left. Parker Jenkins, the back to the right of Hauser. 4-man rush, snap back to him. Roll out right, spiral that way. Yannick Smith backtracks for the catch of the 18, and he's shoved out. And that sets up another punt situation for East Carolina as NC State shuts them down. Devon Marshall there on the coverage. And ECU has had very little movement of the football here. In fact, they have 1 yard plus that grab there. And that is it here in the first quarter. They have 7 total yards as Wesley Grimes is back to return this punt. 2:16 and ticking first quarter. And here is Ryan Levy. Snap to him, righty boot from the ECU 7. This is a slow end over end kick taken at the gut at the far numbers by Grimes. Safely at the pack 39-yard line. It's 1st and 10.
Well, you got to give the defense for NC State a lot of credit. Maybe they got tired of hearing all the articles and all the noise, Tony, about question marks. They're the ones that are answering the call so far in this first quarter.
Well, we know under Tony Gibson, most years NC State was really disruptive. Got in the backfield, tackles for loss, sacks, pressure on the quarterback. That dropped off last year, and that was one of the things that Coach Doran was really looking to get back to this year, and they've done a good job with that early in this game.
Teague Anderson's back out at right tackle. That's a great sign. 1st and 10 for the pack at its own 39. Blitz is on. It's picked up. Bailey spirals it right. Caught near the 50, near side of the field. That's Teddy Hoffman. His first career grab is at the 49-yard line. A gain of 10 for the true freshman. Johnny, you loved him at practice in fall camp, didn't you?
He just ran his routes. You could tell. When I watched him, I'm thinking, that's got to be one of these portal guys that's played 3 or 4 years of college football, and they said, no, that's a true freshman out there, and he knew what he was doing, and he gets his first college catch.
First horizon, first down. Hoffman motions, orbit motion behind the shotgun snap. Bailey tosses it left flat. That's caught by Hoffman again, and he is brought down to the 50-yard line. The cornerback on the far side goes diving, torpedoes him down. That's Jordy Lowry once again. 80 seconds left first quarter. Pack leads ECU 3-0. It's 2nd and 9 from the 50.
And it's rare that a true freshman comes in the game and they had 2 prescribed plays. Clearly, let's go to Teddy. Let's get the ball in his hands and see what he can do, and he's made something happen so far.
He remains in the game here. Near side of the field, that's the wide side. Ball left hashes, 2 receivers left, 2nd and 9. They target Hoffman again now after the snap. Barely spirals it, it's caught, and hanging on for dear life on his left leg is the corner as the ECU Pirates rally. A gain of 4 yards to Hoffman. It sets up 3rd and 4. Rashid Reason there, the first one.
3 plays Hoffman's played in, 3 college catches. The 2 short ones, of course, but then 1 was the first down.
How's that for a catch rate per play for Teddy Hoffman? He's batting 100%. 30 seconds left here, first quarter. It's 3rd and about 4 from the ECU 45. Hoffman motions right to left. Snap back to Bailey, shotgun set. Happy feet now as he tucks, runs, pats it, locks it, not sideline, caught by Hoffman. He is 4 for 4, and it's a catch inside the ECU red zone to the 18-yard line. He beats Rashid Reason, and Teddy Hoffman has 4 catches on his first 4 snaps.
Pretty amazing. That's almost unheard of. Now, he better on that last one. C.J. Bailey had an amazing throw. He was man right in his face, got hit as he threw the ball. Perfect spiral to Hoffman. Hoffman did a nice job, Matt, of getting open. He got tied up. His route was to go right across the middle. He just came on a little cross route, but he saw some space, and he saw his quarterback break contain, and he got to the open area for a nice catch.
That is unbelievable work by Teddy Hoffman. In the first quarter, he has 4 grabs for 43 yards, and he has the pack in the Case IH red zone. 3-0. First quarter's over. NC State leads ECU, and the pack's on the doorstep. Tonight's game is presented by Bojangles. When it's tailgating time, it's bow time. We'll take a break. Another sellout here. This place is electric for the Pack and the Pirates. Second quarter coming up from the ECU 18-yard line. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
Labor Day sale is here. Sure, it's hard to admit summer's ending, but with $10 off $25 spent at Kohl's, you can stop living in denial and start living in cute cardigans. Yep, we're back to wearing layers. So welcome fall with savings on jeans, tees, candles, and comfy bedding. And earn Kohl's cash all weekend. Trust me, your future cozy self will thank you. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer in September 1st. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs. For protection on the road and on the water, see how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. This is Wolfpack Football.
It's bow time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's bow time.
Liberty Senior Living Communities offer vibrant lifestyles in some of North Carolina's most sought-after locations. The amenities of fine resorts and the incomparable comforts of home. All Liberty Senior Living Communities are designed for active seniors and feature whole-person wellness, distinctive dining, life enrichment, and top-class amenities and services. Visit your local Liberty Senior Living Community, the Templeton of Cary or Hayes Barton Place today, and come home to the retirement you deserve. Exceptional senior living here, there, and everywhere you want to be.
Welcome back to Carter Finley Stadium, everyone. I'm Johnny Evans. I'm sitting beside Matt Chazanow, and Tony Haynes is roaming the sidelines. And at the end of the first quarter, it's NC State 3, East Carolina nothing. Now, these stats are brought to you by the College of Engineering at NC State University. Engineering the future. It all starts here. Wow, these numbers are amazing. For the Pirates, only 8 total yards, 8 passing yards, 0 rush yards. They do have one penalty for 10 yards, 0 for 2 on third down, and 6 total offensive plays. For the Pack, 144 total yards. You got 101 passing, 43 on the ground. 2 big penalties for 25 yards. I'll give you a couple of the individual stars here in just a moment, Matt.
All right, C.J. Bailey now 1st and 10 at the Pirate 18-yard line as he has the ball now in his right hands after the snap. Fakes the handoff to Smothers, dumps it off right flat. There's Smothers, cuts it back at the 15-yard line, and then pushed down from behind toward the 10, tackled at the 12. Smothers with a 6-yard gain on the catch to the right flat.
In the first quarter, C.J. Bailey 11 for 13 in passing, 101 yards. Smothers had 6 carries for 28 yards. And Teddy Hoffman, true freshman, 4 catches for 43 yards. Anderson, a couple catches for 17, along with Smothers for 2 catches.
Teddy Hoffman, unbelievable debut. 4 catches, 4 targets, 4 snaps. End of the first quarter. Snap, Bailey, pistol set. Turns and gives left hand Smothers little shimmy as he's angling out far side of the field toward the 10. Gets a yard, maybe 2. And it sets up ball spotted at about the 11. Down to the sidelines, Tony Haynes.
Well, I don't have the numbers in front of me. You guys do up there. But, man, Pack's dominating time of possession here in this first half. And that's a good thing when you're going up against what we believe to be a very explosive East Carolina offense.
Well, he's not kidding, Johnny. How about it?
Yeah.
It's a 13-minute to 3-minute advantage.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Incredible. 3 for 5 on third down is the Pack. 3rd and 3 as Bailey snaps, surveys the landscape, tucks and runs off right side. Lead blocker ahead. Touchdown at the 5. He breaks the tackle. Touchdown. C.J. Bailey off the right side. Pack up 9-0. 13:33 here in the first half, an 11-yard C.J. Bailey run, and he has about 5 yards after contact as he breaks a tackle.
And that wasn't an improvisation. That was not. It was called in the huddle. It was basically an off tackle, little play fake, and then he just follows his running back right on the right side. Then he breaks a tackle like a running back, put his left shoulder into the tackler right at the 5-yard line, and carried it all the way into the end zone. Nobody even brought him down to the ground.
First touchdown of the year for C.J. Bailey. And they run up, and the first PAT for Konachinski is good through the left uprights with 13:33 to play here in the first half. Pack up 10-0. Lenovo, a global technology solutions company that has called NC home for 2 decades, is proud to support the community and the NC State Wolfpack. Lenovo, smarter technology for all. Visit us at Lenovo.com. We'll take a break. Early second quarter here in Raleigh. It's 10-0 Pack on top of the Pirates. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
All right, it's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Hey there, Wolfpack fans. This is Adam Gardner of Gardner Family Farms in Microrsville, North Carolina, and proud NC State alum. Did you know North Carolina is the #1 producer of roasted in-shell peanuts, the ones you enjoy cracking open while you're cheering on the Pack? Growing nutritious and flavorful peanuts is what we do, and we're proud to fuel your game day snack with local, sustainable, and protein-packed flavor. From our fields to your hands, thank you for supporting North Carolina peanut farmers like me.
Learn more about peanuts.com and go Pack.
Whether you're cheering for the Wolfpack or caring for your land, we know you're all in all season long. And Case IH compact and utility tractors are all in too. Mowing, digging, hauling. Our equipment, designed to meet the needs of America's farm fields, makes caring for your home field easier. Your Case IH dealer can show you how our equipment can make this season a winning one. Case IH, built by farmers.
NC State against East Carolina continues. Back now to Raleigh.
John Heister scoring drive, 7 plays, 61 yards. Takes 3:31 off the clock. It's an 11-yard C.J. Bailey touchdown run. Get off your keister and go to Heister. So a 162 to 8 total yard disparity. Johnny, the Pirates just can't do anything. They cannot move the ball. And like Tony said, they barely had the ball.
Yeah, it's 6 plays offensively. They've had 2 series, 2 3-and-outs. The running back hadn't even run the ball yet. Only the quarterbacks run it, and then they've tried a few passes, all a little short of the short variety. And then they've had their big penalty that took them back after a holding penalty that thwarted their second offensive series. So 0 for the Pirates offense, but give the NC State defense all the credit in the world.
Charlie Birtwistle runs up and boots it off the tee. This might be returnable. This is like a squib kick, little wobbler that's taken at the gut by Montgomery. Montgomery at the 20-yard line with a crease there, plunges into the tacklers at the 33-yard line where he's brought down. And it sets up 1st and 10 there for East Carolina. That's a 29-yard return by London Montgomery. Tony Haynes.
Jared Sensabaugh, I mentioned he injured his right shoulder. He's come out and they've fitted a tight brace on his right shoulder. And one of the sports medicine people, they were carrying his jersey and shoulder pads as they followed him back on the field. So I don't know if he's going to get the green light to put those pads back on and participate for the rest of this game.
All right, true freshman Josiah Victor's on now as the nose tackle for his first snaps. 1st and 10 for ECU. Hauser takes the snap at the 34, turns and gives. There's the first effort by a running back and nothing there. Gain of 0 right up the middle for East Carolina out of the backfield as Sebastian Harsh continues to make his impact. Marlon Gunn took the handoff there at 6 foot, 216 pounds. Couldn't go anywhere. 2nd and 10 now for ECU. 2 minutes into the second quarter. Snap is over the head of Hauser as he sprints back inside the 20 and slides down at the 12-yard line. High snap by the center, Darius Bell. And Hauser has it squirt through his hands, and a big loss for ECU. 23-yard loss.
That's the worst feeling in the world for a quarterback. You know, you've been taught, just get on the ball. I think he had a chance because he got a good bounce to try to make something happen, at least throw the ball out of bounds. But he did the right thing and just landed on the ball. 2
receivers to each side. Snap 2nd and 3rd and 33 at the 11. It's a dump off right flat, caught by Petaway as he has nowhere to go. Near side of the field, Devon Marshall's there to shove him out of bounds, and it sets up 4th and 33, and East Carolina's on for its 3rd punt of the game already.
This is a good time to bring just a little bit of pressure in a punter that kind of set out last year at Duke. And I think you're going to see a little bit of pressure here.
Zach Myers is on special teams. He might be trying to get in there to block this punt for NC State. Snap back to Levy. Righty boot at the goal line. This is end over end taken by Wesley Grimes. Fair catch at the 47. So a 36-yard net for Levy and positive field position for NC State at 11:45 to play first half. Johnny, a chance to really step on ECU here, up 10-0 in the second quarter.
Yeah, you know, Bailey is so comfortable right now. He's getting good protection. His receivers are open, and he's very, very accurate. I think you're going to see them open up the offense here even more than what you've seen in the first quarter.
Jackson, Anderson, and Grimes to the right. Dante Daniels is the tight end off the left side. He's tight to the line. 1st and 10 pack at the ECU 48 is where they spot it. Snap, Bailey flips the hips right. Zips it, Anderson caught, and then he's taken down at the ankles. Gain of 0, far side of the field. And it sets up 2nd and 10 as Anderson was taken down by Riddle, the safety. Riddle's been active here for ECU.
Riddle's been one of the bright spots for the Pirates defense. That time Anderson just barely got pulled down, though, by Riddle. He made a nice move. Riddle just held on tight there at the shoestrings and pulled him down.
Anderson and Grimes short side right. Jackson to the left. Snap back to Bailey, 2nd and 10. Play fake now after the snap. Rifles it right seam in stride. Grimes has it. 5, touchdown. 48 yards. There's a laser from C.J. Bailey right on the mark. And Wesley Grimes pulls it in for a 16-0 Pack lead. 11:03 to play second quarter as the fireworks fly in Carter Finley.
Grimes was lined up on the right side. He just ran right down the hash, a perfect seam route. And boy, did CJ put the ball on the money. He has not been off target more than 6 inches on any of his throws so far. And that's going to be a highlight for him.
Konachinsky on for the PAT. The snap, the hold, the boot is good. Left upright, 17-0 Pack. 11:03 first half. Surf Pro of North Raleigh and Wake Forest wants to celebrate the heroes in our community. If you know a local first responder who goes above and beyond and deserves to be recognized at an NC State game, submit their story at gopack.com/honor a responder to nominate them today. Heroes will be selected across the football, men's and women's basketball and baseball seasons to be recognized and take part in exclusive game day experiences. We'll take a break. 17-0 Pack leads ECU. 11:03 to play first half. It is all NC State. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
Shave is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. The big game is on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Wolfpack fans, your NC State volleyball team is lighting up Reynolds this season with some great matchups. Season and single game tickets are on sale now at gopack.com/buy tickets. Don't miss out on exciting Wolfpack volleyball moments this season.
Hey, this is LeVar Fisher. You're listening to Wolfpack Football.
Summer's meant to be wide open, and with BMW, nothing stands between you and the road ahead. The BMW X3 makes every journey effortless with X-Drive and expansive cargo space. The plug-in hybrid X5 moves through summer without limits, combining uncompromising power and electric adaptability. And the all-electric i4, sporty, sleek, and unmistakably BMW. Find your ultimate driving machine now at the BMW Summer Sales Event. Hurry in for exceptional offers now through September 2nd.
NC State's going to win this.
Nothing feels as good as a win, but a few things are more important. I'm Larry Barber, President and CEO of North State Bank. We believe everyone should be treated with dignity and respect, on and off the field or the court, in life and in business. Get better together and win together.
If that sounds like the bank for you, visit northstatebank.com. North State Bank, the best call you'll ever make. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. Proud supporters of the Wolfpack.
John Heister scoring drive, 2 plays, 48 yards, takes 42 seconds off the clock, a 48-yard pass from Bailey to Grimes. Get off your keister and go to Heister.
C.J. Bailey's gotten off to a great start in his sophomore season, 14 for 16, 155 passing yards, and that touchdown just described by Matt. And then he also has the one big touchdown run of 11 yards. CJ looked like he's ready to come to play.
Here's Charlie Birtwistle for the righty boot off the tee. This one's better. This is over the head of London Montgomery out of the back of the left end zone as we go down to the sidelines. Tony Haynes after the touchback.
Kurt Roper is forcing this ECU defense to defend the entire field because we've seen the quick passes to the sideline, the hitches, the quick screens. And the Pirates secondary, they've done a pretty good job tackling. I've been impressed with that. But they've seen so much of that now. They're going to start sticking their nose up there a little bit more. And then they hit them with a vertical like that over the top. Wesley Grimes just ran right by him.
Beautiful ball. C.J. Bailey, Johnny, you thought he looked really sharp in fall camp, didn't you?
Yeah, no question. Yeah, I mean, he just progressed. He had a great freshman year, and you wonder whether you're going to digress or progress, and he progressed.
Snap to Hauser at the 25. It's a tough sweep on the pitch to the left as Jenkins is shoved out toward the 30. Might have clipped the white before it. That left foot. They've yet to spot it. Yeah, they bring him back a couple of yards. Gain him 3 to the 28. Keon Sloan there, the Utah State transfer with the tackle. And it sets up 2nd and 7. 2:45 to play till halftime. Pack up 17-0. Snap Hauser, empty backfield. Slant back to the center of the field is caught by Smith. That's Yannick Smith, and he's drilled. 32-yard line. Harsh is there for the tackle. And it's a gain of 4 yards for 3rd and 3 now for ECU.
Well, these portal transfer guys that are playing in their first game here at Carter Finley have made a difference so far, especially those defensive guys.
Hauser shotgun with Jenkins to his right shoulder, 2 targets to each side. 3rd and 3. Snap at the Pirate 32. Passes left, bobbled, caught. Jenkins breaks a tackle. Flag flies as he has a first down, and Sloan chops him down toward the 44-yard line. Make that Fordham, I beg your pardon. However, it is a flag that looms back at the Pirate 32.
It's like it's holding against East Carolina.
Boy, they have -8 yards before this drive, and it's coming back again. Charles Lamartina is the official referee.
Holding. Offense number 9. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. 3rd down.
That's Anthony Smith. First time we've called out his name tonight. Pack fans remember that name. 3 touchdowns over 4 years with the Pack. This is now his 2nd year in Greenville. And he holds on that play to set up 3rd and 13 as NC State's 56,919 red-wearing partisan folks cheer on. Snap to Hauser. Kean Sloan breaks through. Roll out right, busted play, throws it away. Hauser just launches the ball toward the NC State sideline with 9:46 to play in the half, and Kean Sloan breaking up the pocket with a QB hurry. Well, this defense looks incredible right now, Johnny.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, there's been 3 offensive series, only 9 plays. They've got the benefit NC State has of a couple of offensive penalties by the Pirates, but for the most part, the Pack has been playing on the Pirate side of the line of scrimmage.
4 3-and-outs now for ECU. Levy takes the snap, boots it just near his 10-yard line as this ball is caught in traffic by Grimes at the Pack 40. And he bends at the knees on the haul to make it 1st and 10 and a 28-yard net there for Ryan Levy. 9:44 here in the first half. Down to the sidelines, Tony Haynes.
You remember that bowl game, Military Bowl. Hauser really hurt NC State with his legs. He rushed for 84 yards and broke off some big ones. But, boy, he's done a lot of running tonight, but mostly running for his life because NC State seems like on each and every play getting at least 1, maybe 2 red jerseys to the other side of the line of scrimmage.
Jackson and Grimes to the right, Rogers short side left. 1st and 10, Pack at its own 40. Bailey's last pass was a 48-yard score. CJ takes the snap, now gives to the left side of the formation. It is Smothers, and he's chopped down at the knees. Slicing in there is the linebacker Samuel Danka, 6'6", 225-pound senior. And it's a loss on the play of a couple, loss of 2. 2nd and 12. Smothers now 8 carries for 27 yards. Same formation. Justin Jolie is a couple of steps back of Jacarius Peak now and motions to the right side. Bailey takes the snap at the Pack 37. Steps up in the pocket, lofts it, incomplete. That ball bounces in front of Jolie. Bit of a busy pocket there. CJ stepped up through some pressure and throws the ball just a little short of Jolie to set up 3rd and 13.
Yeah, I'm not so certain that either his arm got hit or the ball got hit. He was stepping up, and as he stepped up, he stepped into one of the Pirates, and so either he got hit or the fact that a Pirate was right in his face caused him to throw the ball short.
So it's Jackson and Grimes right, Jolie and Rogers left. Smothers motions out of the backfield. Snap, Bailey tosses it flat right. Blocking's there for Smothers, and now the block is broken, and he's hugged down at the 41. A gain of 4 yards to Smothers on the grab. Far numbers, and the Pack will have to punt for the 2nd time tonight. 8:53 and ticking first half. Kevon Merrill, the nickelback there for the Pirate tackle, as Caden Nooncaster's on to punt it off now to Pearson. That is Kyler Pearson back at the ECU 15-yard line. So Nooncaster, who has been so solid, National Rate Guy award winner against Northern Illinois last year. And he takes the snap, flips the ball in his hands, and rockets one from right to left. That bounces at the 6 and then through the back of the end zone. Flag behind the play. after the 59-yard punt that rolls out with the flag looming. 8:22 here in the first half. 17-0. Pack leads ECU.
The refs were pointing toward NC State. I couldn't tell what the penalty was. This looks like a holding, Tony.
Yeah, my guess ECU probably declined this penalty.
I would think so.
Because that ball went in the end zone, and they can get a little bit better field position on a touchback. If they take it, they're in danger of Noonkester booming one, and this time the ball doesn't go in the end zone.
There are fouls by both teams on the play. Illegal formation, offense, more than 4 members in the backfield. Holding, receiving team number 7. Those fouls will offset. 4th down.
That's good for the Pack, guys.
It is.
I think it gives Noonkester. He got the practice punt in, Johnny.
Yep.
And now he gets a second chance to pin him back inside the 20.
He's just outside where he likes to kick that end-over-end kick, and it's almost. I think he probably should try the end-over-ender. He can kick it 45 yards and have it go down to the 10-yard line. If he lets his leg out, it's going to go in the end zone again.
Jake Mann is the snapper. 5'10", 232. Grew up in Chapel Hill. Caden Nooncaster's back at the 26. Once again, Pearson on to return here for ECU. Snap to Nooncaster, and he boots this one. That's kind of a spiral. Pearson runs out of the way of it. Same result. Bounces at the 7, rolls out of the back of the left end zone. This time, no flags. It takes 9 seconds off the clock, and 8:13 remains now here in the first half. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield. All right, 8:13 to play here in the first half. It's been all Pack. It's almost understating it. 211 total yards for NC State. -8 total yards for East Carolina. They have a total of -8 total yards this ballgame. Amazing.
And -20 rushing yards. So they have 12 positive in the passing game. Just total domination by the Pack.
Aaron's snap of 27 yards on the loss looms here statistically. Snap to Hauser, hands it off. Jet sweep is ripped down and a loss of the play. Another tackle for loss to the 16-yard line. Chase Bond with the stop as ECU hurries to the line. NC State's defense is not set yet. ECU's going quickly. 2nd and 14, empty backfield. 5 wide, snap to Hauser, 3-man rush. He tucks and runs right into a tackle. Caden Hauser has no gain after the loss of 4, and it's 3rd and 14. Back-to-back stops by Bond. And they're hurrying to the line once again. Johnny, what do you make of that? Hurrying to the line and then a QB run.
Yeah, they're just simply, they don't have any kind of rhythm, no kind of momentum. The hurry up is only to the advantage of NC State. Pirates need to slow things down and get a good play call.
3rd and 14. Snap from the ECU 16. Hauser lofts it over the middle. That's caught. Riles, the tight end, on a flag to the 35-yard line. Flag route to the 35-yard line. And it sets up a first down. Flag is back. There's a flag back inside the 10-yard line.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Low hit on the passer. Defense number 33. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic. First down.
Down to the sidelines, Tony Haynes.
Well, Blake Harrell, the head coach for ECU this week, said, you're going up against an NC State defense with a new coordinator, so many new players, you're kind of chasing ghosts because you really aren't sure what to expect. They had no idea what the Pack was going to do. So I think one of the things they're doing with this hurry up is limiting the different looks the Pack can give pre-snap.
1st and 10 at the 50. Hauser zips it left. That's caught by Anthony Smith very fast as he scampers over the 40. Touchdown for a first down for ECU. Gain of about 13 yards. Anthony Smith there with his first grab of the game. Ronnie Royal, the safety, shoves him out. Hurrying to the line, just like Tony said. 1st and 10 at the Pack 35. Gain of 15 there to Anthony Smith. Snap, Hauser, play fake. Airs it out, left sideline, incomplete. Over the left shoulder of Anthony Smith. Targeting him back-to-back plays. It sets up 2nd and 10. Jamel Johnson with Anthony Smith there step for step.
And you can see the speed of Smith on the previous catch. He caught it out in space and really almost broke it for a really big play, still picked up the first down. Then they went right back to him on a fly route right down the sidelines, just a little bit overthrown.
Snap back on 2nd and 10. Hauser play fake, airs it left, incomplete. Intended for Peyton Mangrum, I believe. Jamel Johnson there to bat it away. And it sets up 3rd and 10 now for East Carolina. 6:38 to play first half. Pack up 17-0. They're 1 for 5 on 3rd down. These are their first positive yards of the ball game. Listen to this place. Hauser snap, 3rd and 10. Zips it left, shin high grab, 30-yard line. Backtracking tackle, Kean Sloan. Shoves him down to the 29-yard line. A gain of 6 to the far side of the field. And East Carolina may go for it here, Johnny. What do you think?
Yeah, they're definitely going to go for it. And NC State's going to have to call timeout to make sure they were snapping the ball, and State didn't have 11 men on the field.
So snap. NC State takes their second charge, time out of the half.
Good job by Dave Doran. They're
timeout on the field.
Calling timeout before the Pirates could get the snap off.
That was Tyler Johnson on the grab. He's an experienced player. Penn State transfer, a 3-year Nittany Lion, mostly special teams out of the Big Ten. Get in the zone, the red zone with Case IH. Wolfpack fans, you're dedicated to your team, and at Case IH, we're dedicated to designing every tractor, every tool, every piece of equipment with your land management goals in mind. Plant, haul, dig, mow, harvest, move earth, and get the job done day after day, long after the last play. What are you waiting for? Visit your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Wolfpack, where your home field and huge success await. Go Pack. We'll take a break. 6:17 to play first half. Pack up 17-0 on the Pirates. You're listening to Wolfpack football from Learfield.
R&D Brewing is bringing the official beer of Saturday to Carter Finley Stadium this football season. 7 Saturdays IPA is the perfect beer for watching the big game, whether you're tailgating with friends or watching the game at home. Pick up your 7 Saturdays IPA at any major retail outlet across North Carolina. Make every day Saturday. R&D Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly.
At Progressive, we understand the bond you have with your boat. It's why people name theirs.
I named my boat Sure Don't. Get it? The other day when my friend said, "Hey Larry, you want to head back in? It looks like it might rain." I said, "Sure don't." I guess they didn't get it because they didn't laugh.
Whatever you call your boat, protect it by insuring it with Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
The Pack, the Pirates. This is the season opener. Let's go back live to Raleigh.
Decision time here for East Carolina. 4th and 4. Johnny, is the offense coming out? Yeah, it is. Yeah. What a big play this is, isn't it?
It is, and I would agree with this. If you're a Pirate fan, you've got to give yourself a chance to get back in this football game, and they're going to try to do it by picking up the first down.
4th and 4 for ECU at the Pack 29. Anthony Smith and Riles to the left side of the formation. 2 receivers to the right side, tight to the line. Hauser takes the snap, bobbles the ball, picks it up off the turf, lofts it out of bounds, left side of the field. Incomplete as that snap was bobbled and dropped. He dribbled it like a basketball and throws it away.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it was a really bad snap. Maybe around the waist, Tony. He just took his eye off the way. He was trying to get rid of it so quick. We're going to see a replay. Yeah, the ball really wasn't a bad snap. It was about waist high.
I think he's peeking, Johnny. I think he saw some pressure walking up in the gaps there, and a quarterback will try to take a quick peep up and see where the pressure might be coming from. And that was enough to throw him off. He didn't look the ball into his hands.
So the Pack takes over, 1st and 10 at its own 29. Guess who's back in the ballgame? Teddy Hoffman. To the left boundary, was 4 for 4 on targets and catches on the first quarter. Snap to Bailey, handoff now. This is Smothers rambling out of the backfield, up over the 35-yard line to the 37, an 8-yard pickup for Smothers angling left. 6 minutes to play first half. Jamarly Riddle with the tackle. Snap Bailey, hands it off to Smothers, keeps his balance with his right hand on the turf, and then lurches forward for an extra yard. Tegan Wilk with the tackle of safety. It sets up 3rd and short, 3rd and about 1.
And this is where I think NC State wants to get better, improve from last year. Not very good on short yardage run situations. I think you're going to see them try to run the football between the tackles.
Here's this heavy set now with Cody Hardy and Dante Daniels to the right. Justin Jolie's like an H-back on the offset out of the right. Snap on 3rd and 1. Bailey snap, turns, gives Smothers first down as he nearly pops a big one. Wrapped up from behind around the thighs over the 40-yard line to the 43, a 5-yard gain on the first horizon first down.
What great patience by Smothers. Usually on 3rd and 1 like that, you're firing up in there from a sprinter start, but he took it and kind of read himself through the line of scrimmage, saw the hole, and made the first down.
1st and 10 now, Pack at its own 43. Snap to Bailey. Blitz is touched up. Zips it left, batted down. Incomplete, intended for Hoffman. And it's touched away there by the streaking cornerback for East Carolina as we go to 2nd and 10. First time that Hoffman's been targeted and he hasn't caught the ball.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing start to his college career, but clearly he's going to be a difference maker as he grows in his college.
There's Chance Graves, the DB, he's streaking toward that ball and touched it down. 2nd and 10, Pack at its own 43. Snap Bailey, hands it off with a left give to Duke Scott as he jump cuts to the right and taken down, gain of 1. Between the hashes, 4:38 and ticking first half. It is 17-0. NC State leads. 3rd and 9 now. Pack at its own 44.
Duke Scott's gotten a few touches of the football. You can just see the explosiveness. Even though he hadn't gotten out in open space, you can see how much strength he has and explosiveness.
2 receivers to each side. Snap back to Bailey. Drops back, lofts it right, batted up into the air. Diving interception effort, and it is incomplete. As that ball got tipped, intended for Terrell Anderson, about 7 yards upfield to the far sideline, got tipped up into the air. And it sets up a punt situation for Noonkester and the Pack.
Boy, that was a great effort by the 2 defenders by the Pirates. The safety came and tipped the ball up, and then the other safety came and tried to make a diving catch. It was right at the feet of the bench of the Pirates, and nobody was complaining. It looks like they're going to maybe
take a play is under further review.
They're going to take a look at it, but nobody on the Pirates sidelines made too much of a real problem with that, Tony. We're going to take a look at it once again on our replay.
Chance Graves is the DB. He was diving full extension. He had both arms out toward the far sideline. That's the ECU sideline, and it's debatable as to whether or not
he hit the ground.
He did not call it. That ball hit the ground.
It looked like the ball hit the ground.
Yeah, that's a no-go. Yep. Yeah. Close Shave Instant Replay is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, quality shave, and trusted value.
Hey, guys, I got Tori and Terrence Holt down here with me right now.
Love that. You want to talk to him? Get him on you want to put him to work here, Tony?
I just informed Tori I'd never been married. So you think it's a wise decision or what?
An incomplete pass is upheld.
Heck yeah. But I'm married. I'm a married man. I love being married.
Yeah.
But a guy of your caliber, no kids.
What caliber is that, Terrence?
Well, handsome as you are. Bachelor? Handsome and all the money that he got. Right? Articulate. He can do whatever he wants.
Handsome and rich are 0 for 2.
Oh.
So Caden Nooncaster's on to bunt it off. All kinds of things going on the sideline with the Holt brothers. Nooncaster boots a wobbler that is taken by Pearson inside the 15 for a fair catch at the 14-yard line. 43-yard punt by Nooncaster. What a weapon he is for the NC State defense.
Well, that's a much better job. He got a little bit more hang time that time, and it was a little shorter than the previous two that he had touchbacks on. Of course, one was called back because of a penalty. I think he figured it out. He made the adjustment. He was kicking from about the same place, but he just got the hang time up there, and the net effect was much better for the NC State Wolfpack.
ECU in a tough spot for sure at the 14-yard line. 4:04 to play in the first half. 17-0 Pack. Snap to Hauser. Gives it now to Jenkins, who has nowhere to go on the handoff. Student body left, and it barely moves half a yard. As the Red Pack rally, Josiah Victor in there for the tackle. The true freshman, 6'2", 312-pounder from Georgia, is in there looking great in his first snaps here out of his first fall camp on campus. 3:40 and ticking, second quarter. Hauser, 2nd and 10. Orbit motion now for Anthony Smith. Snap to Hauser, handoff Jenkins, picks his way through, turns into Sebastian Harsh. Shoved down to the 17-yard line, a gain of 3. Harsh has been really active, the Wyoming Cowboy transfer, as whistles blow.
Timeout for injured defensive player.
As Kean Sloan is down. I hope Sloan's okay. He's been impactful in his first pack ball game.
He has been very active. We've called his number several times, both on getting after the quarterback and also running down ball carriers. He looks like he's going to be okay. He looks like he wants to jog, but he's there. He goes. Finally, he had to took him a few steps, Tony, to get that jog in. He jogs off the field. I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that spent a lot of time in the ECU backfield here tonight. They've been having a hard time blocking him.
Pack has 3 tackles for loss tonight. 3rd and 7 here for the Pirates at their own 17. Snap to Hauser, face mask high, plants the back foot, sidearms it over the middle. That's caught by Anthony Smith, first down as he's ripped to the turf at the 26-yard line. 9-yard pickup to the former NC State receiver now with 3 minutes to play in the first half in this 17-0 Pack lead. Sean Brown there with the tackle, hurry-up offense for ECU. Snap back at the 26, hit as he throws, Hauser spiral left, it is over, throws his target Anthony Smith, who had beaten Ronnie Royal by a couple of steps, but that ball was about 3 yards too far, and it sets up 2nd and 10.
Well, that's where a little bit of pressure on Hauser is what caused him. He couldn't step up and put air under the football because Smith had him beat, as you said, Matt. Tony, he was wide open.
Yeah, that was Trey Thomas with the outside rush. He just beat the tackle to the outside and put a lick on Hauser just as he stepped into the throw.
2nd and 10 now. Snap back at the ECU 26. Hauser under pressure, flushed out near side of the field, brought down, a sack. Caden Hauser is chopped down by Caden Fordham from the middle linebacker spot, number 1. And it sets up 3rd and 15, a loss of 5. Hurry up now. Pack defense not set. Hauser, snap, loft over the middle, caught by Riles. Flags fly now as he breaks through tackles. 40-yard line off to the races, 20. Far sideline, 10, and he scores pending the flags. Could be a 79-yard touchdown with 2:21 to play, but 2 flags loom large. Down to the sidelines, Tony Haynes.
Could be too many players on the field, or an illegal substitution on NC State.
Illegal substitution. More than 11 players on defense. That penalty is declined. The result of the play is a touchdown.
Well, the Pirates, ECU Pirates, have not done very much right offensively, but they got that one right. They got up on the line of scrimmage. They caught NC State's defense trying to make their substitutions. Even if it was an incompletion, they were going to pick up their first down, but they got a big completion, and there weren't enough men out on the field. They were playing at a disadvantage, and the big touchdown pass by Hauser, which was good.
Yeah, it's a snap, hold, and kick for the extra point, and that changes the complexion of this ball game. I mentioned Desario Riles. That was incorrect on the touchdown ID. It's Javante Connor, the backup tight end for ECU. 6'4", 239, the junior from Winston-Salem, with a 79-yard touchdown grab, the second-string tight end for East Carolina at 2:21 on the clock. Every sack is a sack to give back. For every sack the Pack makes this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to support our Feed the Pack food pantry right here in Raleigh. Down to the sidelines, Tony, what you have?
Well, you probably have more adjustments in a first game than any other game. And you give East Carolina credit, big adjustment, going to that quick snap, no huddle offense, and it really limits what NC State could go on defense. Limits some of the pre-snap looks that you want to give, and also makes it harder to substitute for down and distance situations, getting the right personnel in the game. So now it's going to be up to NC State's defense and the defensive coaches. They're going to have to adjust to this too, because perhaps some of the things that they wanted to do right before the snap of the ball, they're not going to be able to do it.
Everett Scott boots it off the tee left to right, and there's a touchback. Rolls out of the back of the end zone past Duke Scott. 2:21 to play in the first half. It is 17-7 NC State. It's very chaotic when they go with that hurry-up offense. And, Johnny, it was on 3rd and 15 after a sack where they pop a 79-yarder.
Yeah, I mean, they get the play called, and they are up and ready, and that's the reason they're doing it. They were waiting for the opportunity. There's been times where they felt like they were shooting themselves in the foot with that hurry up, but that time it worked to their advantage.
Grimes, Jackson, and Rogers to the right. Bailey shotgun snap of the 25. Hands it off now to Smothers. Jump cut left, nothing there. Wrapped up, drop loss of 1. At the 24-yard line by Xavier McIver, starting defensive lineman, 6'3", 299 for East Carolina. And it sets up 2nd and 11. We are just about set for the 2-minute timeout, and there it is. Clock is still going, but they'll reset it back to 2. 2 minutes, and I'll tell you what.
This is the 2-minute timeout.
Sure is. Let's send it back to our studios for a scoreboard update. It's Thursday night, not opening week. Week 0 technically was opening week last week, but there's a lot of ball going on. We got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday college football. Mike Moats back in the studio to give us an update on what's going on around the country. Mike?
Okay, Matt, thank you very much. And we do have a couple of games going on of interest. One in the second quarter now, Duke and Elon out of the ACC. It's only 3-0 as they play in that contest. Meanwhile, in the top 25, got an interesting one brewing in Tampa. South Florida trying to knock off Boise State. They led 10-7 at half. It's now 17-7 as the South Florida Bulls got a touchdown to come out of the locker room in the third quarter. They're still playing in the third down in Tampa. Rutgers, Ohio, that's now 31-17. They're about to start the third quarter. Jack State and UCF. Problems with the weather. Well, let's see if we've heard that one before in the state of Florida. They're in the second quarter in a delay. Missouri out to a 6-0 lead over Central Arkansas. An intriguing matchup starting up at the top of next hour. We'll keep you posted on too. Nebraska and Cincinnati from KC. We'll update you on what's to come the rest of the weekend in the ACC and in the top 25 at halftime. Let's see how the pack closes this first half as we go back to the Carter Finley Stadium and the Lenovo broadcast booth. And here's Matt.
All right, thanks very much, Mike. As really ECU has one play in the whole ball game that has made this somewhat tight and statistically somewhat comparable, respectable. On a 3rd and 15, they pop a 79-yard touchdown, and that's really it. They have 114 total yards.
Well, it just shows you if you only have one good play, but it's a big enough play, it keeps you in a game like this. I mean, it looked like that the Pirates were going to get run right out of the stadium. There was a point after State went up 17-0, and then they've had, I think, 2 or 3 offensive series since then, and the stoutness of the Pirates defense has really buckled up, and then that one offensive play, that one big play where NC State was caught off guard defensively, they catch the big pass, and what great blocking downfield for their tight end to be able to make that 79-yard catch and run. That gets them in this game. Now, NC State still has 2 minutes, though. They're going to probably not try to just air it out here, but if they can pick up a first down, you'll see them start picking up the pace just a little bit.
2nd and 11, 2-minute stoppage. Pack up 17-7. Bailey, 15 of 20 passing, 158 yards and a touchdown. He also rushed for a touchdown. And he is in the shotgun here with 3 receivers right. Bailey left hashes, takes the snap, looks right to the flat, now zips it that way. That's caught by Grimes, sprints over the 30-yard line. First down now as he's pulled from behind to the 40. about a 16-yard gain. 15 they spotted at a First Horizon first down. Linebacker Damian Wilson is there as Wesley Grimes has had a monster first half, and that burst.
Great patience by C.J. Bailey, and then great protection and allow your quarterback to be patient. He stood back there, waited, and then put the ball out in the flat. And by then, Grimes had enough space to pick up a big gainer.
1st and 10 of the Pack 39. Snap to Bailey. Handoff smothered. Spins away from a tackle over the 45-yard line. Up toward the 50 as he keeps his balance and pirouettes out of a grab of 2 hands on him now. A gain of 9. Riddle there for the stop with 95 seconds left to play in the half. Whistles blow. And it may be a timeout called by East Carolina. It is.
Prior to the snap, ECU calls their first charge timeout of the half. This is a 30-second timeout.
Tonight's game is presented by Bojangles. When it's tailgating time, it's Bow time. And we will be joined at halftime by one of the Bojangles representatives, one of our great sponsors here across the network, with 93 seconds left here in the half. Pack up 17-7. It is 2nd and 2. Pack at its own 47. So what do you say, Johnny? You got 1 timeout left. You're up by 10 right now, but the game really doesn't feel that close. If you can get more points here, you kind of breathe a sigh of relief, would be more reflective of how the half has really gone.
Yeah, and you got plenty of time if you're NC State. So again, you started seeing them pick up the pace or the rhythm of getting up to the line of scrimmage even after this last play. But if they pick up this first down, the clock will stop after a first down. They can get up to the line of scrimmage, and then they can start picking up the pace a little bit once they get past the 50-yard line.
ECU won the toss. They get the ball after halftime. 2nd and 2 now. Pack at its own 47. As Jackson motions tight to the right side of the line. Snap to Bailey, turns and gives to Smothers, runs right into a tackle. And he's touched to the turf, a gain of about a half a yard. 85 seconds and ticking. And it's 3rd and short, 3rd and about a yard. As Daniels and Hardy come in. We may see this offset I formation here. This power formation. Does Bailey sneak it again? He had a successful QB sneak earlier. Johnny, what does that feel like when C.J. Bailey's sneaking it?
Yeah, well, it's great. As long as there's some kind of gap, he can do a check with me. They've got a gap there.
Snap to Bailey, turns and does give. Smothers jump cut right, has a crease, and it's close. Depends on the spot. He got touched up by the Pirates right near the line to gain on 3rd and 1. He needed the 49, and they say first down. So a first down for Smothers at 56 seconds left. And it's 1st and 10.
Still got plenty of time. You got the clock's going to stop on first downs, and you got your 1 timeout. So you want to save that to the very end, though.
Bailey shotgun as East Carolina makes defensive substitutions. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Snap to Bailey at the Pack 49. He hesitates now, lofts it right. 2 hands on it for Joe Lee. It's grabbed, a gain of 2 as he tiptoes out of bounds. 33 seconds left on the clock. Now, one of the reasons why Konachinsky won the kicking job in the fall is because of his monstrous leg. I mean, he had kicks of like 60 yards a couple of times, Johnny. Really impressive. So you want to get toward that 30-yard line to feel like you've, 30, 35. But, boy, he's got a big leg. Snap to Bailey. Touches it over the middle. It's intercepted. That's picked off by Tegan Wilk, and he sprints far side of the field over the 50. Angles inside the Pack 45 and out of bounds. Far sideline at 26 seconds left. First turnover of the ball game with this 17-7 score as Bailey tried to throw it down the right seam, and it's picked off by the Pirate safety. 19-yard return by Tegan Wilk.
That's one of those classic examples, Matt, where the quarterback just didn't see him. I guarantee you CJ's going to go over and get on the phone with Kurt Roper, and he's going to say, Coach, I didn't see the linebacker. And Coach Roper's going to say, well, you've got to see him. In that situation, we're close to being in field goal position. You got to see him. Spotted
at the Pack 43. Hauser takes the snap, play fake, steps up, blindside pressure. He feels it, releases the ball, hit as he throws incomplete. Intended far side of the field. No chance to really grab the ball for Petaway at the Pack 25 with 21 seconds to play. Kean Sloan was in on the pressure, another QB hurry.
And they're lining up, getting ready to play. So they're keeping NC State from making any kind of substitutions.
Keeping the same personnel on the field. with 3 receivers right. No huddle for ECU. 21 seconds left. Snap of the 43. Hauser drop back, lobs it left. Spinning grab by Anthony Smith as he snatches the ball out of the sky into the 25-yard line. 18-yard pickup to Anthony Smith. 16 seconds left. They rush to the line. Ball left hashes, 2 targets each side. Snap. Hauser under pressure fires the ball. It's tipped incomplete. He's pressured now as Caden Hauser got touched up by Sebastian Harsh. He deflected that ball, and a wobbling duck to the far side of the field makes it 2nd and 10.
Well, East Carolina has 2 timeouts. They're probably only going to have time to use one of them. They can complete the ball in the field of play. They don't have to go for the touchdown. They can complete it in the field of play, call timeout, and have a chance for a last-second field goal.
Harlan guns the running back to the left of Hauser. 2 targets each side, 11 seconds left. 2nd and 10 at the Pac 25. Snap. Hauser, handoff. Gunn rumbles up the middle. Flag comes out. Gunn muscles his way to the 20 between the hashes with 6 seconds left. Whistles blow.
Big holding call against the Pirates, Tony. Big holding call.
Yeah, that is a crusher for them. They look like they were just going to run the football trying for a field goal.
Holding. Offense number 69. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot.
So
2nd down.
I'm on the other end of the field. I can't see where this backs him up.
It's going to be the 35, the line of scrimmage to the 35.
Timeout.
So that would be
East Carolina.
a 52-yard field goal.
52-yard field goal.
All right, so their kicker, Nick
timeout.
Mazzy, who's a transfer from New Hampshire, guys, his long is 47. So for past history, for the precedent that has been set, they are now out of their kicker's range if it is Mazzy who comes in. Let's not forget that in the bowl game last year, Noah Perez was the kicker. His long is just 42. So they bring Mazzy in as a transfer from New Hampshire. This is out of their range. They don't have that Konachinsky big-legged guy.
Well, if you know, and they know better than anybody else, if they don't feel like they can make a 52-yard field goal, then they're just going to probably try a Hail Mary or maybe a quick out.
Absolutely,
right?
Yeah. I mean, if you got to tell the receivers, catch it, go down, and then call timeout. But it looks like the field goal team. The quarterback's in.
Yeah, they're ready to rip.
You just can't let them run by you here, though.
That's right.
2nd and 20. That's kind of irrelevant here. 6 seconds left. ECU does have 1 timeout. Ball at the Pac 35. Snap. Hauser. Quick slant. Left is dropped. It's dropped by Desario Riles, the tight end. Would have been a gain to the 27. It takes 2 seconds off the clock. And will they try a long field goal? They will. Nick Mazzy comes out. First team All-Colonial Athletic Association at the FCS level last year for New Hampshire. He is 43 of 56 field goals in his career. And his long is 47 last year as a timeout is called by the Pac.
NC State takes their 3rd and final charge time out of the half. This is a 30-second timeout.
4 seconds left in what is very likely the last play of this half. East Carolina does take the kickoff. They receive the kickoff out of halftime. Down to the sidelines, Tony.
Well, it's a good night to kick, I can tell you that. There's beautiful weather and no wind to speak of. So ideal conditions for a kicker, but you've given us the history, Chaz. The question is, does this guy have enough leg to get it there?
Last year, he missed all 3 of his tries north of 50. He was over 3 beyond 50 yards last year. He did hit that 47-yarder. This will be a 53-yard kick. The holder is the punter, Ryan Levy. The snapper is Tristan O'Brien. Kicker, Nick Mazzy. Snap, left hashes. Hold the boot. End over end and short. Zeros on the clock. Pac defense holds. And NC State goes in at halftime up 17-7. He didn't have the leg, Johnny.
Nope. That 10 yards of holding penalty made all the difference in the world. If he had those extra 10, he makes that field goal.
And standing by here for Coach Doran with Tony Haynes as soon as we get the word. With the Pac up by 10 going into the locker room. The NC State defense was just dominating ECU, except for one play. 79 yards on one chunk play. 79 of their 132 total yards. They have negative 25 rush yards in the first half to the Pirates. CJ Bailey with 175 pass yards in the first half. as the Pack goes into the opener up by 10, 17-7. I thought Tony made a fantastic point early on about that hurry-up offense for ECU. That was really when the game changed, wasn't it?
It really did, and give them a lot of credit. They got NC State's dominant defense, just gave them just a little bit of an advantage to hurry up, and on that one big 79-yard pass play touchdown, that's what happened. They were playing at a disadvantage because their players weren't even on the field. They weren't even lined up. The couple of guys were just chasing to try to make a play. So give the Pirates a lot of credit for coming up with the one big play to keep them in this football game.
Down to the sidelines, Tony Haynes is with Coach Doran.
All right, Chaz, thanks. Dave, what kind of caught your eye there in the first half?
I thought we came out playing fast, really playing good on both sides of the football. In the second quarter, we have a turnover and we give up a big play on a substitution thing. Defensively, we can't substitute on a tempo. We know better than that. So proud of how we played, but we gave them one right there.
Thank you, David. I'll tell you guys, before he came over to do the interviews on the field just a moment ago, first guy he intercepted coming off the field was DJ Elliott, defensive coordinator. And I think he probably gave us an sample of what he talked to Coach Elliott about. When they're going that fast, you can't substitute.
All right, so halftime coming up next, 17-7. NC State has the lead up by 10 here on ECU at the half. Mike Moat has your halftime show coming up. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, this is Mike Glennon, and you're listening to NC State Football.
North Carolina folks often recognize and associate Edwards Incorporated with our mobile crane rental business, but that's only part of our story. We're also a full-service industrial general contractor that specializes in steel and pipe fabrication, electrical and mechanical construction. Edwards Incorporated is committed to delivering exceptional value with an emphasis on safety, quality, and performance for your project needs. For your industrial construction needs, trust Edwards Incorporated to provide the quality you expect and deserve. Safety, quality, performance guaranteed. Visit us at edwardsinc.com. Edwards Inc. is a proud supporter of NC State athletics.
Looking for comfort and convenience in Raleigh? Stay at Courtyard Raleigh Crabtree Valley. Just steps from Crabtree Valley Mall, minutes from downtown, and a touchdown run away from Carter Finley Stadium. Unwind in stylish, eco-friendly rooms. Enjoy fresh coffee at the bistro and stay productive with free Wi-Fi, 24/7 fitness, and business amenities. Recharge, relax, and plan your game day. Book now at Courtyard Raleigh Crabtree Valley at Marriott.com or call 919-782-6868.
Welcome to the Wolfpack Halftime Report. Coming up, first half stats and highlights, scores from the ACC and around the country, and more as our halftime coverage begins now.
Wolfpack leading 17-7 here at the end of the first half. Mike Moat back inside our Learfield studios as we get you started with halftime. One other game in the ACC tonight featuring Duke and Elon, and Duke just scored a few moments ago to widen their lead. It's now 10-0 Blue Devils as they play in the second quarter. Now, tomorrow night, we've got Wake Forest home in Winston-Salem. They'll face Kennesaw State out of Conference USA. You've also got an intriguing matchup out in Boulder, Colorado in the Mile High area as Georgia Tech visits the Colorado Buffaloes. Saturday, a full slate of games. We've mentioned Syracuse and 24th-ranked Tennessee. Well, that'll get the day started. That's from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, part of the AFLAC kickoff games. 8th-ranked Alabama and Florida State from Tallahassee, and 4th-ranked Clemson, 9th-ranked LSU. Those are your highlight matchups. We've also got Pitt and Duquesne, Boston College home for Fordham, Louisville and Eastern Kentucky from Louisville. You've also got Virginia against Coastal Carolina. Of course, we'll see the Wahoos next week. It's number 16 SMU taking on East Texas A&M, and Cal will take on Oregon State. And then, of course, 2 games on Sunday involving ACC members, Virginia Tech and South Carolina. That's game number 2 of the AFLAC games, kickoff games in Atlanta. And then number 10, Miami, and 6th-ranked Notre Dame do battle at the Hard Rock Stadium down in Miami. And then on Monday night, it's the Bill Belichick debut, North Carolina and TCU from Kenan Stadium. Of course, tonight you've got 25th-ranked Boise State taking on South Florida, and it's been all Bulls since about midway in the second quarter. They're pouring it on. They lead 24-7 late in the third period over the Bulls. We'll give you some more scores a little bit later on. Right now, though, it's time to focus on the Caterpillar Scholar Athlete of the Week. Caterpillar and NC State proud to honor Wolfpack student athletes for their excellence on and off the field. And this week, we spotlight Haley Zahn, a junior on the cheerleading squad. She studies biological sciences and is from Lillington, North Carolina. Caterpillar and NC State congratulates Haley and all Scholar athletes for their hard work and dedication to excellence at NC State. So certainly glad to be able to do that. We'll take a quick break. We've got much more to do. Of course, Bojangles, one of our proud sponsors, and we'll hear from them next as we continue with our halftime show for you. NC State leading the Pirates of ECU 17-7. This is the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
Engineering. In North Carolina, one name leads the pack. The College of Engineering at NC State University is where next-generation leaders design, build, and launch solutions into the world. Our students don't wait for the future, they create it now with real-world impact, innovative research, and industry partnerships that power change and fuel our economy. We're solving problems that matter here in North Carolina and beyond. Engineering the future. It all starts at NC State.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, you're more than a policy, you're family. With offices in every county, we're close by when it matters most. Our local agents customize coverage to fit your life. And our award-winning claims team delivers fast, quality repairs. It's no surprise Forbes ranked us the #1 auto insurer in America. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
Hey, what's up, y'all? This is Torrey Holtz, and you're listening to Wolfpack Football.
Thanks to the fans, the Wolfpack definitely have a big home field advantage. Want the same kind of advantage for your home? Head to Quality Equipment to pick out your new John Deere agriculture, lawn, or worksite equipment. Our sales, parts, and service teams are ready to help. You'll also be a huge fan of our low monthly payments and special financing. Stop by one of our 35 locations or visit us online at QualityEquip.com. Quality Equipment, proud sponsors of NC State Athletics.
Looking to upgrade your home? Trust the name more homeowners choose. Window World of Raleigh and Fayetteville. We're a national brand with local ownership, proudly serving the Triangle and Fayetteville areas. We offer energy-efficient windows, siding, entry doors, garage doors, and roofing, all with professional installation and industry-leading warranties. Get your free estimate today at windowworldofraleigh.com. Financing options are available. Window World of Raleigh, a proud sponsor of NC State Athletics.
Welcome back, Pack fans. I'm Jeff Gravely. We are at halftime between the Pack and the Pirates, and we have a special guest today, Kenny Avery, COO of Triarch Food Systems. Triarch is the owner and operator of one of the largest Bojangles franchises in North Carolina and Southern Virginia. Good old crispy chicken, Mashed potatoes, a hot biscuit, and sweet tea. That's my order. Did I get that right, Kenny?
You got it exactly right.
That's great. I appreciate you being with us, and I appreciate all that Bojangles has done with this great marriage with NC State. What is it about this connection, this team between Bojangles and NC State athletics that works for both?
Well, you know, our restaurants love the Wolfpack. We've been long supporters for over 40 years. You know, our owner is an alumnus of North Carolina State, so it's near and dear to his heart. But, you know, for 40 years, the Wolfpack fans have made it a tradition to go by our restaurants and eat before the game and tailgate. And so we're just so excited to kick off another season with the Wolfpack, and all we got to say is go Pack.
I know, talking to a lot of former NC State and current NC State student athletes, when they leave the area to go on their ventures and their careers, they go to a lot of places that don't have a Bojangles. Well, when they come back, their first stop is to go through Bojangles. Do you hear that story often?
I hear it all the time, and I hear it from my own kids as they come back from other places. They want to stop at Bojangles in the Raleigh area primarily. They just think our food is something else.
You know, you look at it across, and I just did a quick scan. I think there are 21 states that have a Bojangles, and North Carolina leads by far. Is that accurate?
Yeah, North Carolina is kind of home for Bojangles. You know, Charlotte is kind of home base for the corporate office. But, you know, our franchise in particular is really kind of tethered to the founder. So our owner and his wife are really connected to the founder. And this home base for us, I mean, our customers are so passionate and loyal about two things, our food and the Wolfpack.
So what is it about this organization, Bojangles, this company, that makes it so successful?
Well, number one is we are really kind of a community-based business. We like to give back. You know, we do a lot with the Play for K Foundation. You know, we had a milestone last year, just raised over $1 million for this great cause. But more than that, we kind of help put tailgating on the map when, you know, the Wolfpack fans, the loyal fans either come for our Cajun filet biscuits or their 8-piece, 12-piece, or 20-piece tailgates. You know, they are just something special. We are proud of them, and I hope that they're as proud as us each and every day.
But I don't know how many people know how much you guys do in the community. You talked about how much you have done for the Play for K game, but even beyond that, why is it so important for this franchise, this business, to contribute to the community in more ways than just food?
Our company has a strong culture, and part of that culture is giving back. You know, another example is even last year when the hurricane hit Helene and devastated the West, we jumped into action, and our loyal customers are the ones that helped raise $100,000 in Bowberry sales in a week, just so that we can put into that market, because we have some really good friends that own Bojangles up in that part of the state, and if we were going through something like that, they'd be the first to help us out.
No doubt about it. We've got a little bit left on the plate. Is there something else that I've left out that you want to make sure that our audience knows about Bojangles and NC State?
Well, if you're a Bojangles fan, you know all about our food, but more than that, our people really care. They want to make sure that you come in and get the food that you want, make sure it's fresh, make sure that you get in and out and get to the game so that you can cheer on the Pack.
I know we'll see a lot of Bojangles boxes and buckets out here at Carter Finley Stadium. Kenny, we appreciate your time.
Thanks for having us. Go Pack.
All right, it's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to power a brighter future in Wolfpack Nation and across our state. Beyond providing electricity that powers our lives, electric co-ops are strengthening local communities with education grants, economic development, innovative energy projects, and tools to help you better manage your home energy use. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com.
Hey, what's up, y'all? This is Torrey Holtz, and you're listening to Wolfpack Football.
To us, every moment matters. Moments of quiet perseverance. and loud celebrations. Starting moments and the moments that make us feel unstoppable. We're here to help you be present for them all. UNC Health is dedicated to getting you back to what you love. Faster, stronger, and healthier. Official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics.
Summer's meant to be wide open, and with BMW, nothing stands between you and the road ahead. The BMW X3 makes every journey effortless with xDrive and expansive cargo space. The plug-in hybrid X5 moves through summer without limits, combining uncompromising power and electric adaptability. And the all-electric i4, sporty, sleek, and unmistakably BMW. Find your ultimate driving machine now at the BMW Summer Sales Event. Hurry in for exceptional offers now through September 2nd.
Wolfpack lead this one by the score of 17-7 on this opening night of the 2025 season. Mike Mode back inside the Learfield studios as we continue here at halftime and look at some of the first half stats. As we go through some of these, we'll hit some of the highlights for you. The Wolfpack defense doing a tremendous job in this first half, defending ECU with, for the most part, limiting them to just 5 first downs and a negative 25 yards on the ground. The total yards look a little bit more respectable. 252 for the Pack, 132 for ECU, 77 of that on the ground for North Carolina State as far as the rushing goes. The passing category, much closer. Pack 175 yards, 156 for the Pirates, 79 of that on a touchdown pass for the Pirates that led to their only points of that first half. Quarterback C.J. Bailey, 17 out of 23. That's a pretty good percentage. He threw for 175 yards, 1 score, and that interception late in the first half. You add it all up, and the Pack leads by 10, 17-7. Matt Chazanel brings you to the third quarter. ECU will have the ball first when we start it. That's next on the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
R&D Brewing is bringing the official beer of Saturday to Carter Finley Stadium this football season. 7 Saturdays IPA is the perfect beer for watching the big game, whether you're tailgating with friends or watching the game at home. Pick up your 7 Saturdays IPA at any major retail outlet across North Carolina. Make every day Saturday. R&D Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly.
Wolfpack fans, CPI Security is the official security and smart home company of NC State Athletics. Get the best defense with the Southeast leader in smart security. With CPI Security's professional installation and state-of-the-art 24/7 monitoring, you can rest assured knowing your home and business are protected. Plus, with our newest service, Night Guard, you can sleep soundly knowing CPI is on guard in the overnight hours. Contact us today to learn more at cpisecurity.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. This is Wolfpack Football.
Sometimes everything goes your way, and sometimes it doesn't.
Just like on the field or on the court, life and business have ups and downs. I'm Larry Barber, President and CEO of North State Bank, and that's why you need to call us. We'll be with you no matter what comes your way.
North State Bank, the best call you'll ever make. Visit northstatebank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, and home to Wolfpack fans.
North Carolina folks often recognize and associate Edwards Incorporated with our mobile crane rental business, but that's only part of our story. We're also a full-service industrial general contractor that specializes in steel and pipe fabrication, electrical, and mechanical construction. Edwards Incorporated is committed to delivering exceptional value with an emphasis on safety, quality, and performance for your project needs. For your industrial construction needs, trust Edwards Incorporated to provide the quality you expect and deserve. Safety, quality, performance guaranteed. Visit us at edwardsinc.com. Edwards Inc. is a proud supporter of NC State Athletics.
About to start the second half here. Charlie Birtwistle puts the ball on the tee as it is 17-7. And fans are still milling around the concourse here at Carter Finley. Another sellout, 21st in a row. And a 17-7 halftime lead for NC State. ECU won the toss, they deferred, so they're returning this one right to left as Burt Whistle makes his measured steps. And London Montgomery is back to return this one, as is Brock Spalding. And it is run up and the boot, end over end, left to right, and it pounds off the turf, middle of the end zone, and rolls to the back out of the right end zone. So another touchback for Burt Whistle, who's been flawless here tonight. Oh, no, actually, he had that one little wild one, didn't he?
He did. A little short one, kind of the knuckleball that was returned to the 35. So everything else has been what you want right out of the end zone.
He's been good except for just that one touch-up, but we are ready for the third quarter as ECU comes out. Caden Hauser, 11 of 20 passing, 157 yards and a touchdown. 79 of his 150 on one play. As Yannick Smith, the receiver's out to the right. And Peyton Mangrum is slot right. Anthony Smith to the left. Snap back, Hauser a little over his helmet, pulls it down and gives with two hands to London Montgomery, who plunges forward near hashes to the 28-yard line, where Caden Fordham is there to shut him down.
They're still in that hurry up, Matt. They're going to continue with that philosophy.
Fordham's fifth tackle of the ball game. Snap back to Hauser, play fake, tosses it left, slant. Anthony Smith on the grab, he has it and tackled from behind over the 40 to the 42. 14-yard pickup to Anthony Smith. And it is 30 seconds in now, like you said, Johnny, they run that hurry up. Brian Nelson with the tackle there. Snap, Hauser, empty backfield. Touches it left, spiral, caught by Smith, and now he spins on a counter back to the near sideline and eludes Brian Nelson. No contact, 7 more yards gained, as Anthony Smith now has more than 60 yards receiving. He has come alive out of halftime. 50 seconds in. Boy, there are no breaks here. This is little time to breathe for anybody. Handoff now to Hauser, snap to Hauser, handoff to Montgomery as he shoulders into the defense. That's Sebastian Harsh and Caden Fordham who combined for the tackle. Down the near hashes, gain of as a first down is what it is to the 45. Gain of about 4. Snap back to Hauser. Touches left to Mangrum. He has two hands on it, and he's torpedoed at the 41. Johnny, it's hard to get a breath in here.
They're getting a play in every 10 seconds, Matt. I mean, I've never seen anything like this offense.
Mangrum, who caught that ball, he's a USC Gamecock transfer. He was in Columbia for half a decade. And here he is now as a sixth-year player. 2nd and 7 after the gain of 3. Hauser's snap, wide side of the field, toss incomplete. Yannick Smith has that one skip off the turf at the 35, diving back toward the line. And it is 3rd and 7.
One of the few poor passes by Hauser. He's had some rushes. He's been rushed. He's been hit. But that time he had good vision, and he just threw the ball too far to the outside.
13:23, just underway here, second half. Hauser claps for the ball. It's a design keeper as he brings it right up the middle over the 40 on 3rd and 7. Gain of about 5 yards. Do they go for it here, Johnny?
I think they do. Yeah, look, they're going.
Sean Brown with that tackle. Pistol set, Hauser. Claps for the ball. Turns and gives now to Jenkins. Cuts it to the right. He's shut down. Turnover on downs. NC State locks up the Pirates again. 13:02 to play third quarter. And it's the second turnover on downs tonight. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. You're listening to Wolfpack Football. That ball is spotted at the 36-yard line, so it's NC State football, and ECU cannot convert on 4th down. 4th and 2. Chance to jump out here early second half. 17-7 lead, C.J. Bailey in the shotgun set. Back at its own 36-yard line, flag flies, and a false start.
False start. Offense number 5. 5-yard penalty. First down.
It's wide receiver Noah Rogers. And the pack backs up. Penalties pretty clean in the first half. That's the 4th of the ball game for the pack. 4 penalties for 45 yards. East Carolina 3 flags for 30 yards. It's been a pretty clean game, especially if you really consider the recent history in the back end of the bowl game. Got a little wild there in Annapolis last year. 13:02 on the clock. Well, flag flies, maybe another issue here for the Pack. ECU's pointing at the line. 3 flags down.
False start. Offense number 65. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Shakarius Peak, the left tackle. Didn't see any of this in the first half, Johnny, with the false starts.
Well, yeah, you'd think coming out after the half, that's when everything's kind of settled down. You've gotten coached up. You've gotten, kind of perspective on the game, but they've coming out a little bit erratic.
So Bailey in the shotgun turns and gives now to Smothers, and he's tracked down immediately. Moves the pile forward toward the 30. And he brings a couple of ECU Pirates for a piggyback ride. A gain of 4 yards for Smothers. Zion Wilson. You were talking about the squat rack. He's 316 pounds on the back of Smothers, who weighs 195.
And Smothers, you think more of a fleet kind of a out in the open runner, but he showed some great inside running ability right then.
2nd and 16. Here's Smothers in motion from the boundary to behind the snap. Bailey snap knee high, tosses it to the right. It is batted down, nearly intercepted, hits the turf of the 17-yard line. That ball was touched by the defensive end coming in, Raheem Craig, the rush edge. And he nearly intercepted the ball that he batted up into the air, and he's down now.
Timeout.
Holding his leg.
Defensive player.
Clock stopped at 12:26 third quarter. 5. And Craig popped up.
Hot clock. We got a hot clock on third.
Before we got to air, just kind of chopping it up with some of the ECU folks, trying to figure out their defense. They've had a lot of adjustments and shifts in personnel. They have a new defensive coordinator. And they said Raheem Craig might be their best player on defense. He's their guy, and he's been impactful here tonight.
That was a tremendously athletic play. Defensive end, he batted the ball up in the air, then dove for it, and almost made the bat and the interception.
Sets up 3rd and 16 here for the Pack. Bailey shotgun. Pack at its own 30. Snap back to Bailey. Here's a give now to Smothers. Jump cut out to the right, and a diving tackle made at the 40-yard line. A gain of 10 on 3rd and 16 by Jamarly Riddle. Keep calling out Riddle's name. How many tackles does Riddle have tonight? That's his 7th leading tackler here for ECU. Sets up a punt situation for the Pack. Smothers almost got into open space, but he has a gain of 10, not quite enough.
Well, chalk that offensive series up to the penalties. They got themselves too far in the hole, Matt, with the 2 procedure calls, and just couldn't make it up.
So here's on 4th and 6. Snap back from the 40. He boots it from the Pack 30. This one is spinning like a cylinder in the sky, and it taps the turf, takes a Pack bounce over the 20, angles out inside the 20, out of bounds, far side of the field. Go to struttothehut.com to find exclusive Wolfpack fan deals. Offers are updated throughout the year, so the Pack always gets the best price. Go to struttothehut.com and order Pizza Hut today. That's a 42-yard punt by Noonkester. Clock at 11:41 third quarter. Pack up 17-7, ECU ball at its own 17 when we come back. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
All right, it's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing, that hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Thanks to the fans, the Wolfpack definitely have a big home field advantage. Want the same kind of advantage for your home? Head to Quality Equipment to pick out your new John Deere agriculture, lawn, or worksite equipment. Our sales, parts, and service teams are ready to help. You'll also be a huge fan of our low monthly payments and special financing. Stop by one of our 35 locations or visit us online at QualityEquip.com. Quality Equipment, proud sponsors of NC State Athletics.
When it comes to engineering, in North Carolina, one name leads the pack. The College of Engineering at NC State University is where next-generation leaders design, build, and launch solutions into the world. Our students don't wait for the future, they create it now with real-world impact, innovative research, and industry partnerships that power change and fuel our economy. We're solving problems that matter here in North Carolina and beyond. Engineering the future. It all starts at NC State.
From kickoff to the final whistle, this is NC State football.
Mike Mode back here in the studio. A quick check of the scoreboard. We have got 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and one of our ranked teams is going to go down, that being Boise State. They're losing to South Florida right now, 31-7. We also have an update late in the second quarter. Duke and Elon, it's 10-0 now. Blue Devils lead that contest. We have more scores, more games about to get underway as well. We'll keep you up to date on all of it as we continue. Back to Matt.
All right, sounds good. 17-7. NC State leads East Carolina. 11:41 to play in the third quarter. East CU with the ball at its own 17. And Caden Hauser back on. 14 of 24 passing tonight. 181 yards and a touchdown. Hey, look who it is. It is Brandon Cleveland. For his first snaps of the year, he was suspended the first half, the starting nose tackle for NC State because of the fisticuffs at the end of the Military Bowl. And so the 6'4", 315-pound senior makes his debut for this season now. Remember, Val Erickson on the offensive side of things is available for action. The two of the big fellas were suspended in the first half. So Cleveland's out there right over the snap. He stems, and Hauser takes a fastball of a snap at the hip. Zips it left, caught by Yannick Smith at the 20, and then ripped down right away by Jamel Johnson. Diving tackle made by Johnson to the near numbers, a gain of 3, Tony Haynes.
Great tackle by Jamel Johnson there on Anthony Smith, because Smith steps out of that one. I don't know if anybody catches him.
2nd and 7 now for Hauser. Near hashes. Pirates at their own 20, moving right to left. 11-18 and ticking early here, second half. Third quarter. Hauser shotgun. One receiver wide to each side. Snap, Hauser. Hands it off now to Gunn, and he bumps his own blocker and then runs into a massive Sean Brown. That's a loss of a yard there as Marlon Gunn ran up the back of his blocker and couldn't go anywhere, gets spun around. It's 3rd and 7. Tony Haynes.
Yeah, now the Pirates are slowing it down. And so it gives NC State a chance to substitute. So I guess the Pack's adjustments, keeping its base defense on the field against the hurry-up, is now working because the Pirates are slowing it down again.
Yeah, because Petaway to the left with Anthony Smith now. 3rd and 8 for the Pirates. Snap back to Hauser. Roll out right. Tosses it to Jenkins in and out of his fingertips. Incomplete. Kenny Slores would have been there to make the tackle at the far side of the field, and it sets up 4th and 8 for ECU, and the Pirates have to punt once again.
And the Pirates offensively have to almost play perfectly, Tony, and that's at least 2 drops, maybe 3, right in the hands of a receiver for ECU.
What are the ECU fans saying right now, Johnny?
They're saying, they run into a buzzsaw.
Well, or how about, why did we start slowing it down again?
Well, true.
Here's Ryan Levy on to punt it. 10:29 to play third quarter. Or they fake it. Levy throws it right. It's complete. First down for ECU over their Pirate 30-yard line. And what a gutsy call that is. Back at their own, inside their own 10, the punter, Ryan Levy, lofts it to the right for a 16-yard pickup and a first down on 4th and punt situation, way backed up in their own territory for ECU. They have the ball at their own 36.
Well, that was gutsy because you fail on that play. You pretty much you're almost giving up the ball game. I think the desperation is showing, but you got to take risk when you're playing against a packed team here in Carter Finley.
That was caught by a D lineman, Kieran Davis for ECU. Snap back to Hauser, 1st and 10. Angles the pass out right. Snatched by Riles and then shouldered out over the 40-yard line. Gain of about 4 yards. Devon Marshall's there to touch him up. Clock at 9:30 third quarter, and now they're doing what Tony prescribed. Here's the hurry-up. Receivers stacked up to each boundary. And a whistle blows. A flag flies in a false start against the Pirates.
False start. Offense number 71. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Johnny, you used the word desperate for that fake punt. It's really early third quarter. Down by 10. They really haven't done much except for one play in this game. That is a disaster if it doesn't convert.
Yeah. Well, give Blake Harrell and his staff a lot of credit. They scouted. I think the fact that it was a defensive lineman out on the route tricked NC State. They weren't expecting it.
2nd and 11, snap back to Hauser. He zips a fastball. That's two-hand grab by the 40-yard line by Yannick Smith. A leaping grab at the right seam. Sean Brown was there to wrap him up as soon as the ball hits his hands. And it sets up 3rd and about 6. Gain of 5 yards. 8:54 and ticking 3rd quarter. 3 for 10 on 3rd down. ECU is not good. Triangle of receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Snap to Hauser, 4-man rush. Fires it right, batted up in the air, nearly intercepted, incomplete. At the Pack 47, Caden Fordham was backtracking on a tip ball and almost picked it. Devon Marshall on the defense gets his paw onto the rock and taps it up into the sky. It sets up punt situation. Or does it? On 4th and 6, who knows?
Yeah, I think they're going to punt this one. And I think the fact that the NC State played these last 3 defensive plays so well that sort of nullified the mistake on the previous punt.
Here's Ryan Levy, the punter who just faked it, now a completion of 16 yards. Snap from the 40. This might be a pump fake on the snap or a false start. Something, a little hitch in the giddy up. Down to the sidelines, Tony Haynes.
Yeah, I think you've got...
prior to the snap, full start.
21.
Offense number 23.
Yeah, I thought it was 21.
5-yard penalty.
I think it was 21.
4th down.
But he was one of the protectors, and he started a little too soon there, and that'll push ECU back another 5 yards. So 2 big penalties against the Pirates here, the false start, now this one.
All right, so Ryan Levy backs up. It's 4th and 11. This snap now from the 35. Comes to Levy, and he boots that right leg through. It's a fair catch to the near side of the field by Wesley Grimes. Catches it on the sprint to the 20. If he had not fair caught that, he may have had a chance at a pretty big return there at the near sideline.
I think what you just described is what some of the fans, you heard a little bit of a groan because they saw the same thing you did. Of course, we've got a lot better vision than Grimes running full speed does down there on the field, but you're right. He could have kept the ball and gone down the sidelines.
Sports and Social Carries, bringing you the ultimate fan experience this football season. Huge 42-foot HD big screen food and beverage specials, live entertainment, giveaways. Sports and Socials, the place to be. Visit sportsandsocialcarry.com. Follow on social media at SportsSocialNC Carry. Remember now, last year's punts were returned by Jalen Coit and KC Concepcion. So it's Grimes' first game as the Pack punt returner. 8:36 to play, 3rd quarter. It is 1st and 10 from the Pack 20 when we come back. Up 17-7 on the Pirates. 8:36 3rd quarter. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
For comprehensive coverage of college basketball, tune to Sirius XM College Sports Radio Channel 84 in the car and on the Sirius XM app.
For the win! Got it! Let's go!
Sirius XM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games, plus interviews and analysis.
He's got it!
So cheer along with the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 2025.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs. For protection on the road and on the water, see how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. This is Wolfpack Football.
Want instant savings at the gas pump every time you fill up? It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Download the ExxonMobil app and sign up for ExxonMobil Direct Debit Plus. Then you'll get up to 12 cents off every gallon instantly. Go on, sign up today. It's easy. Download the Handy Hugo's Crazies Rewards app and get amazing deals throughout the store each and every month. Right now you can get any size fountain, coffee, or cappuccino for only 99 cents. Download the Handy Hugo's Crazies Rewards app and never pay full price again.
To us, every moment matters. Moments of quiet perseverance and loud celebrations. Starting moments and the moments that make us feel unstoppable. We're here to help you be present for them all. UNC Health is dedicated to getting you back to what you love. Faster, stronger, and healthier. Official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics.
First and 10 now for the Pack at its own 20-yard line as three receivers are to the left, one to the right. Snap is low, pulled up shin high for Bailey. Pumps once, fires it to the right. It's complete on his knees is Grimes. First down for the Pack to the 32, a gain of 12. Wesley Grimes, low ball right at his kneecaps. A first horizon first down in front of cornerback Jordy Lowry.
Low snap. C.J. Bailey was able to field and get the ball in his hands to grip it and make a pretty nice throw. Even though it was a little bit low, that's where you want it when your receiver's coming back for the football.
It was C.J. Bailey's 18th completion of the ballgame. Snap, Bailey hands it off now to Smothers, bounces out the run to the left side at the 35 now. Couple of men to beat, turns the corner over the 40, and he's up toward the 44-yard line. 12-yard run for Smothers. Under 8 minutes to play, third quarter. And the Pack is marching now. First and 10 at the 44-yard line down to the sidelines. Tony.
Yeah,
Hayes.
that was one of the all-time jump cuts right there. That play is designed to go off left tackle, and he gave the defensive end or linebacker on that side a little inside juke, and boy, just busted it right to his outside shoulder and got to the perimeter.
Smothers had the monster game in the bowl game. 139 rush yards and 42 pass yards now. Snap back to Bailey, hands it off to Hollywood, and not much doing there, as he is pushed out toward the far sideline by Preston Carr. Backup defensive lineman, 295-pounder, brings Hollywood down for a loss of 2. And it sets up second and 12. Pack back at its own 42 with 7 minutes to play in the third. Up 17-7 here on ECU. Still really has been one play for the Pirates. 79-yard touchdown grab. 2 receivers to each side. Bailey left hashes. Takes the snap. Blitz is on. It's picked up well. Pass left, caught by Jolie, backtracking. Pirouettes out of a tackle and now dives toward the 50, about a yard or two shy of that. Gain of about 8 for Justin Jolie, far side of the field, and it sets up third and very manageable here. Xavier McIver was in there on the tackle. It is 3rd and 6.
Nice job by Jolie making the catch. When he came out of his cut, he sort of slipped, and so he was tripping, going back away from the line of scrimmage, and so just to make the catch and pick up some yards was good job by Jolie.
Jolie slot right now where 2 other targets are for Bailey. 1 receiver to the left. It is 3rd and 6 now. Pack at its own 48. Grimes motions toward the formation. Snap to Bailey. Deep drop, plenty of time. Now flushed out left, tucks and runs. Ball in his left arm. First down acquired and now tackled out of bounds to the ECU 40. Fans want a late hit on the tackle. He was a couple of yards out of bounds, but it's all in the flow of the play. It is a first down for the Pack as Bailey scampers for ball spotted at the ECU 39-yard line. Tony Hayes.
Savvy play by Wesley Grimes because he started that play as a receiver. He was running his route. He turns his head. He sees his quarterback breaking out of the pocket, and he immediately blocks the corner to allow Bailey to get the yards he needs.
There's Teddy Hoffman back in the game now. 1st and 10 at the ECU 39. Bailey steps up under pressure, rifles it right, in and out of the hands. Twisting effort by Jackson at the ECU 18. Near numbers, Jackson was in the midst of a triangle of Pirate defenders. That ball was beautifully placed, but not hauled in by Keenan Jackson.
I think Jackson felt a perceived hit when in reality he was breaking open into the open space. His quarterback, C.J. Bailey, saw and threw him into that open space, but Jackson just got a little bit turned around and just couldn't trust it to make the catch.
Jolie and Rogers to the left. It is Jackson and Hoffman right. Snap 2nd and 10. Pirate 39. Dump off over the middle. There's Jolie on the grab. Rambles to the 30-yard line, and he's tackled, gobbled up there at the 30, a gain of 9. On 2nd and 10, Rashid Reason with an impressive open field tackle. A big Justin Jolie. They might have given him a first down on the spot.
No. I think it's still a yard short.
Not a yard short, you're right. You are right.
But he had it, and he kind of came back, and you can see why he saw the space. If he just made that one tackle break, he's going to go down to the end zone, but got to keep it once you get past the first down marker.
Your center, here's Bailey, 3rd and 1. Snap, play fake. Throws it down the seam, in and out of the hands of the intended target at the 12-yard line. That was Jolie, I think. Intended for Justin Jolie, and it's incomplete. The ball is jarred free by Tegan Wilk. to make it 4th and 1, and now decision time. Oh, there's a flag out behind the play.
I think it's roughing the passer.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense number 3. 15-yard penalty, automatic. First down.
Here's the First Horizon first down. Down to the sidelines, Tony Haynes.
And Johnny, I think the play call suggests to me, had it been 4th and 1, they were going to go for it on that play fake, trying to hit a big play there. But Pirates help them out with this penalty.
Yeah, and they haven't had too many penalties. The Pirates haven't. That's just the fifth penalty, but the 6th penalty. But they've been big ones in inopportune times.
Pistol set here in the Case IH red zone. Snap at the 15. Bailey turns left-handed, gives Smothers, spins out of 2 tackles, breaks a 3rd, and now he works his way to between the hashes to the 13-yard line. As impressive a 2-yard gain as you'll find.
Well, he broke 3 tackles.
Yeah.
It would have been a minus 4 yard, and he gained 2.
Hoffman to the near side of the field. Damian Wilson finally was there, the linebacker for the Pirates. I mean, he was spinning and then broke another one, and Smothers, through contact, gains 2 yards as the Pack huddles up. 4:06 and ticking third quarter, up 17-7 on ECU. On the march. Here's Cody Hardy now. Slot right. Here's a unique formation. Snap back to Bailey. Passes it left, incomplete. That was short of Terrell Anderson, the intended target at the 5-yard line. And breaking on the ball there was Chance Graves, Richmond Spiders transfer. Longtime Richmond Spider, 35 games with him. And it sets up 3rd and 8 now for the Pack.
Good job.
12 on 3rd down. Sorry,
excuse me, Matt, but Bailey did a nice job of feeling that cornerback breaking on the ball, and he threw the ball short and to the outside. Otherwise, it's picked off, and it could be a pick 6.
3rd and 8 at the Pirate 13. Between the hashes, Bailey claps for the ball. Has time in the pocket, decides to run to the right, throws it, end zone incomplete. Wanted Keenan Jackson, late flag comes out. Pass interference against the Pirates, Jonathan Jean, the nickelback. He was draped all over Jackson at the back right corner of the right end zone. Stops the clock at 3:48 third quarter.
Pass interference, defense number 22. The foul occurred in the end zone. By rule, the ball is placed at the 2-yard line. Automatic, first down.
So what is your go-to play, Johnny, knowing the formation, the personnel? What do you like 2 yards out here trying to get a touchdown?
Well, now that because it's 1st and goal from the 2, I like Smothers. I like to give him a couple of chances to run the football. You can run him inside the tackles, or you can run him outside the tackles.
He has an I formation, old school football here. Smothers dots the I. Snap back to Bailey, turns and gives to Smothers, plunges behind his blocker, leans in off left side, touchdown. 2-yard Hollywood Smothers plunge. NC State's on top. 3:43 to play third quarter, 23-7. Power football at the goal line for the Pack. Down to the sidelines, Tony Haynes.
3 tight ends in the formation that time, including Big Reimer. He was the fullback. But then you also had Justin Jolie and Cody Hardy in there as blockers too. So that was ultimate old school I formation power football there with 3 tight ends.
Griffin Reimer, tight end for NC State, was the fullback in the I formation like it was 1997. And here is Konachinsky for the PAT. They're waiting to confirm, I think, the video replay that it was in. And they're holding the snap, and now they do a quick check and they say, yeah, that was good. That's a touchdown. And 3:43 left. Here is Konachinsky for the PAT. Snap from Mann, hold from Noonkester. Konachinsky's boot is good. Right uprights, 3:43 to play in the third. It is 24-7. It's all NC State here in the second half. Tonight's game is presented by Bojangles. When it's tailgating time, it's bow time. We'll take a break. Third quarter continues next. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
It's bow time. Fumble in the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
Kohl's Labor Day sale is here. Sure, it's hard to admit summer's ending, but with $10 off $25 spent at Kohl's, you can stop living in denial and start living in cute cardigans. Yep, we're back to wearing layers. So welcome fall with savings on jeans, tees, candles, and comfy bedding. And earn Kohl's cash all weekend. Trust me, your future cozy self will thank you. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer in September 1st. See store or Kohls.com for details.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, we believe that getting to know you is the best way to protect what you love most. We have friendly agents in every county to help you prepare for the unexpected. And when life doesn't go as planned, our award-winning claims team will be with you every step of the way. Find a local agent today at ncfbins.com. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
Tonight's Wolfpack season opener against East Carolina is presented by Bojangles.
All right, 24-7. NC State has the lead now. 3:43 to play, third quarter. John Heister scoring drive. 10 plays, 80 yards. Takes 4:53 off the clock. So Hollywood Smothers 2-yard touchdown run. Get off your keister and go to Heister. Penalties helped a lot there, Johnny. 2 penalties on ECU for 26 yards in key moments.
Yeah, you don't survive too many series when you give up roughing the passer for a big first down on your side of the field, and then you also in your own end zone have a pass interference call and puts the ball on the 3-yard line. Then just one play later, you've given up 6 points. So the Pirates really shot themselves in the foot, maybe for the first time on a defensive series against the Pack offense.
How you feel about the 3 tight end sets and the I formations and the offset I, the power football?
Love it. Love getting one shot from 3 yards on the 3-yard line and scoring. Letting Smothers utilize his strength, and you need to see a lot of that, though. That's got to be a consistent. When you're third and less than 3, you're going to pick that up more times than not.
Here's Burt Whistle to kick it off. You called for Smothers on first and goal. You got Smothers on first and goal.
I like him on first.
21 carries, 78 yards, and a touchdown now. He's had a really nice game. Burt Whistle boots this one. This is short off the tee. And Montgomery has it at his chest, sprinting at the 10-yard line, backs his way over the 25. And he's brought down toward the 30 with now some extracurriculars. One of the ECU Pirates is really upset. And there's no flag. Almost, I think it was Keelan Robinson, one of the backup wide receivers for ECU. He had to be pulled off of one of the Wolfpack special teams members. All said and done, ball is spotted at the 28 for ECU. 320 total yards for the Pack, 199 for ECU. Said it once, I'll say it again. 79 of those yards on one play for the Pirates. There's a touchdown on a 3rd and 15 play of 79 yards. All right, 3:38 third quarter. Here is Caden Hauser at the Pirate 28. Touches it to the right flat. That is hauled in by Montgomery and tackled over the 30, but now flags come in. And three flags. Boy, flags are flying here way after the play. Montgomery's brought down. Gain of about 4, but a lot going on. Adrian.
Holding. Offense number 1. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Johnny, if that's the only penalty on that play, that must have been a heck of a hold.
Yeah.
And they were throwing flags long after Montgomery was down.
Yeah, and pretty much pretty noticeable when the referees that are furthest from the play are seeing that call. And there were multiple flags, as you said, Matt. So I don't think there's any question that they got that one right.
Yeah, that was a no-doubter. Yannick Smith brings that one back to the 18. So 1st and 20 for ECU. Hauser has Montgomery to his left shoulder with 2 receivers to each side. Snap to Hauser. Dips the shoulder, now lofts it left. Sliding grab is made at the 34 by Spalding. There's a diving grab by the 5'11", 193-pounder. 7 games last year, had a start last year as well, got hurt. And now whistle blows. They might check to see if that was actually
the previous
caught.
play of a catch is under further review.
And that was pretty dicey. Down on the sidelines, Tony Haynes.
I'll tell you what, if it is a catch, it was a great catch because he was already falling down before the ball got there. And he was able to try to get his arms underneath. And, well, on the big scoreboard right here, the angle from behind him looks like he may have caught it.
What do you think, Johnny? You get a chance to see it?
Seeing the same thing. Yep.
Yeah, I think the only...
I think his hand's underneath it, Tony.
Yeah,
I've just got a pretty decent angle on television. I'm going to get a real good one right here. Looks like his...
Yeah, I think if you had a lower camera angle from shooting in front of him, you might have a better shot at determining whether or not it was a catch. But I don't think it doesn't appear they've got that angle. So.
And as always, Tony, as we know, that the fact that it was called a catch, and if it's not irrefutable, then it's going to stay a catch. And I haven't seen anything yet. I mean, it could have bounced, but you don't have that camera angle right there. Probably standing down there where you are, so
I don't think there's enough. I don't think there's enough to overturn there.
Close Shave Instant Replay is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, a quality shave and trusted value.
I'll tell you that the longer they look at it, the more chance. The percentages, if we had a meter going, a percentage meter, every 5 seconds, it goes better for NC State.
The question is, do they have another angle that's not available to us?
That we aren't seeing.
Maybe so.
I'm not sure.
That's a good point. Got the full crew on hand here. Always such a pleasure to be joined by Howard Baum, our statistician, Francis Combs, our spotter here in the booth. David Modlin gets us all wired up. Our great engineer here in the booth. Morgan Sword down on the field helps out to get all of our sound effects. Of course, alongside Johnny Evans, Tony Haynes, yours truly with you. Andrew Sanders and Jeff Gravely, pregame and postgame. We have the full crew on hand here for this opener against East Carolina.
We've got more announcers than NFL today.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld.
Yeah, so they say that it was inconclusive, just like you boys suspected. And it will be 2nd and 4. They say it was a 17-yard gain to Brock Spalding on the diving grab. All right. 24-7, Pack in control here over the Pirates. 3:02 to play in the third. And here comes the 2nd and 4 snap. Hauser in the shotgun. 2 receivers are stacked up to the left boundary. Here is Hauser. High snap pulled now. Zips it right, and there's a sliding grab. Facing the line is Yannick Smith. He smushes the ball between his arms and chest and has a first down. Gain of 6 yards. 2:45 and ticking third quarter. Hauser, empty backfield. 3-man rush. Has time. Dumps it off right flat. That one is snagged by Montgomery, and he shimmies his way toward midfield, and they spot him down at the 49. Kenny Soares is there for the tackle, a gain of 8 yards of Montgomery out of the backfield. 2nd and 2 now. They're running that hurry up again. Shotgun set Hauser. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Snap Hauser, delayed give. Here's Montgomery with the grab, and he scampers through a tackle over the 50-yard line toward the 46. A gain of 5 yards for a first down for Montgomery and ECU. And here's Brody Barnhart there with that tackle. Played well in fall camp. Coach Doran praised him a lot. 1st and 10 now. There's a left-handed give. Hauser to Montgomery, and he plunges right into contact to the 42-yard line. A gain of about 4 yards. Down the hashes. Brandon Cleveland there with a tackle.
Pirates getting a little bit of a push on the run game, so it's not nothing all that spectacular, but they're picking up positive yardage.
Call it 2nd and 7. Spot that ball at the Pack 43. 96 seconds left third quarter. 24-7, NC State leads. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Shotgun set, Hauser takes the snap. Play fake. Steps up in the pocket, airs it out, center of the field, and it is hauled in inside the 10. Tackle made at the 6. Spalding underneath it. It's a 37-yard pickup to Spalding down the right hashes as Brody Barnhart is there for the stop. First and goal, Pirates at the 5. They hurry to the line. Shotgun set, Hauser, high snap, fingertips it down, spirals it right, and it is broken up immediately. It's complete to Spalding, but he's torpedoed at the 5. That was the line of scrimmage, second and goal from there.
And now there's a substitution offensively, so the defense of NC State gets an opportunity. They hold the snap and allow the defense to be able to change personnel.
First time in the red zone tonight for ECU. It's second and goal from the 5. Clock ticking at 36 seconds left, third quarter. Shotgun set for Hauser. One receiver left, that's Yannick Smith. Snap back to Hauser. Hands it off now to Montgomery, and he plunges into the abyss in the middle. Gain of about a yard. Javali Price in there for the stop. 20 seconds left as the clock continues to tick. Anthony Smith now to the left side of the formation. Will they run a play? 10 seconds left, third quarter. Now Hauser's getting the formation set at 5 seconds. Third and goal from the 4. Hauser, shotgun, claps for the ball, and it goes to zeros. So they're trying to draw NC State offside, and that will end the third quarter. Bring on back to school at Kohl's. From on-trend outfits to everyday styles. Find looks your kids will love at prices you'll love when you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com, where families come first. We'll take a break. It will be start of the fourth quarter next, and ECU on the doorstep. It's 24-7. NC State leads. Third and goal coming from the 4-yard line when the field flips and we come back for the fourth. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
All right, it's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Wolfpack football after these local messages. You're locked into the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
Your business runs on technology, but is it secure? At Milner, we deliver managed IT and cybersecurity services that keep your data safe, your network protected, and your business compliant. We're SOC 2 Type 2 certified, so you can trust us to manage cyber risks while you focus on growth. And yes, we've still got your office covered with copiers and printers that work as hard as you do. Milner, technology that's secure, reliable, and always on your side.
Hi, this is head coach Dave Doran, and I'm proud to drive a vehicle from John Heister Automotive. Get off your keister and come to Heister.
Hello, I'm John Heister for the Heister Automotive Group. We're excited to back the pack this season. Coach Doran drives one of our vehicles, and you can too. Just visit one of our 4 locations around the Triangle, Sanford, Lillington, or Fuquay Marina. And all of them are closer to you now with the opening of the 540 Outer Loop. Or go online to HeisterAutomotive.com, and we'll bring the vehicle to you. So it's just one more reason to get off your keister and come to Heister.
Welcome back to Carter Finley Stadium, everyone. I'm Johnny, sitting beside Chaz, and Tony's on the sidelines. And at the end of 3 quarters, it's NC State 24, East Carolina 7. These stats are brought to you by the College of Engineering at NC State University. Engineering the future. It all starts here. For the Pack, 320 total offense, 202 passing, 118 on the ground, 5 penalties for 50 yards for the Pack, 18 first down, 7 out of 12 on third down conversions for ECU, 277 total yards, 278 in passing, a -1 on the ground, 12 first downs, 3 of 11 on third down conversions, 1 for 3 on fourth down conversions. C.J. Bailey, 20 for 29 for the Pack, 202 passing yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Smothers, 21 carries for 78 yards and another score. CJ has 1 rushing touchdown as well. Justin Jolie has 5 catches for 27 yards. Teddy Hoffman, 4 for 43. Grimes for 3 catches for 75 yards. and 1 touchdown for East Carolina. Caden Hauser, 22 for 34, 261 passing yards and a touchdown. London Montgomery, 4 carries for 18 yards. And Anthony Smith has 6 catches for 66. Matt?
Start of the fourth quarter, 3rd and goal from the 4. ECU snap. It's an option play. Pitch to the right. Gunn dives. Goal line. Touchdown, Pirates. Marlon Gunn Jr. takes a pitch from Hauser to the right side of the field, and it's a 4-yard Pirate run with 14:56 to play. Makes it 24-13 pending the extra point.
Well, I think a nice call by the Pirates coaching staff, and even better execution. Hauser, the quarterback, opens up and goes down the line of scrimmage. It's an open option. He has really 2 choices. If the end man on the line of scrimmage defensively takes him, he pitches it like he did. If not, he keeps it inside. That time the outside was open. Very good execution.
Snap, hold, and kicker good for Mazzy, the kicker, to boot it through the right uprights, and it is 24-14. A 4-yard touchdown run for Marlon Gunn Jr. at 14:56 on the clock. Hey, Wolfpack fans, One Pack NIL Collective is a proud sponsor of NC State Athletics and supporter of NC State football. And our student athletes' membership to One Pack NIL Collective includes autographed memorabilia, exclusive events and experiences, custom merchandise, and much more. Visit onepacknil.com and join today. So Duke Scott's back to return this kickoff. See if he gets a chance here. Pack up 10.
That's one thing I really wanted to see in this game, to see Duke out in open space. He's carried it 3 or 4 times, but he's been in pretty much bottled up inside, and he hadn't had really a chance on any kickoff. Let's see if there's a short kickoff, and we'll see what Duke can do.
Todd Goebel does such a good job coaching special teams. You know, when DK Kaufman had those opportunities last year, he was one of the nation's best returners. They're so prepared as Scott runs up and boots it end over end, and a fair catch called for it the last second by Duke Scott. Remember last year how good Kaufman was, and he kept getting frustrated when he couldn't take it out of the end zone?
Yep. And I'm sure that Duke is being coached up. It looked like that maybe 1 yard deep, maybe the goal line is his no fly zone. You know, you can't run it out if it's in the end zone. But he at the very last second realized, I'm 2 yards deep and I'm not going to be able to take it out.
Hey, how about this? True freshman center Spike Souls is in right now. He's giving Jalen Grant a little relief. Very highly touted recruit. His father played football in Indiana, 6 years in the NFL. And now Souls snaps it back to Bailey from the 25. Takes the snap waist high. Bailey drifts out to the right. Now he launches it to the right. That one is hauled in. First down for the Pack on the run as Bailey throws it for a first horizon first down and an injured player. As one of the Pack receivers, Noah Rogers, caught that ball, but he is face down on the turf.
Timeout for injured offensive player.
And we're going to take a break at 14:47 here in the fourth quarter. Medical Moving Solutions has partnered with NC State football this fall. For every field goal and interception the Pack makes this season, Medical Moving Solutions will donate $100 to Gigi's Playhouse. Thank you to Medical Moving Solutions for your support of Gigi's Playhouse and the NC State Wolfpack. We'll take a break. There's an injured Wolfpack receiver on the field as the ball is spotted at the 40. Training staff and Coach Doran over the top of, I believe, Noah Rogers. We'll take a break. 14:47 to play. 24-14. Pack leads ECU. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
Wolfpack fans, CPI Security is the official security and smart home company of NC State Athletics. Get the best defense with the Southeast leader in smart security. With CPI Security's professional installation and state-of-the-art 24/7 monitoring, you can rest assured knowing your home and business are protected. Plus, with our newest service, Night Guard, you can sleep soundly knowing CPI is on guard in the overnight hours. Contact us today to learn more at cpisecurity.com.
Whether you're cheering for the Wolfpack or caring for your land, we know you're all in all season long. And Case IH compact and utility tractors are all in too. Mowing, digging, hauling. Our equipment, designed to meet the needs of America's farm fields, makes caring for your home field easier. Your Case IH dealer can show you how our equipment can make this season a winning one. Case IH, built by farmers.
When your inner freak is ready to let loose, there's no better place to satisfy its hunger than Sheetz. Want a pile of fries loaded with cheese and peppers? No problem. Want to cram a whole chicken patty into a peanut butter milkshake for some reason? Sheetz has you covered. The options are limitless, and they'll never judge. No matter how you want to feed your freak, Sheetz has your back. So you never have to be afraid to give in to that craving and say, why the Sheetz not?
All right, 24-14. Noah Rogers didn't look great walking off the field. He did walk off in his own power. Yeah. Johnny, what do you think? He was kind of wobbly a little bit.
I think he was wobbly. The good news is, they weren't checking him for any kind of neck or back injury, so I think he was just a little woozy.
All right, 14:47 to play. Hope Noah's okay. 2 receivers to each side on a 1st and 10. At the Pack 35-yard line. Up 24-14 on ECU. Ball right hashes. Here is Bailey, shotgun, with Smothers to his right. Smothers 78 yards rushing and a touchdown tonight. Snap to Bailey, play fake to Smothers. Deep drop, plants the foot, pats the ball, airs it out, center of the field. Leaping grab is made at the 20. Unbelievable Wesley Grimes. Over the top of the Pirates secondary. He leaps over 2 of the safeties for ECU. 14:30 to play as Wesley Grimes climbs the ladder to send the Pack to the Case IH red zone.
Wow. Right in between the 2 safeties of the Pirates. The one safety was trailing, and he got great position on the trailing safety, and then there was a safety in front of him that lost the ball. When he turned, he just didn't get to the play, and Grimes made an excellent catch.
46 yards. Snap to Bailey. Handoff Smothers. Strings it out left as flags come in, and he's tackled inside the 15 to the 13. Well, Wesley Grimes jumped over the top of double coverage to haul in a 46-yarder. One of the Pirates is down on his back. I think that's Jonathan Jean, the nickelback. And 2 flags are in now as there is a call coming against the Pack. 13:59 to play. Wesley Grimes' catch kind of reminded me of Noah Rogers' catch last year in Chapel Hill.
Very similar. Just went up in between the 2 safeties. And
holding. Offense number 44. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. 1st down.
It's on Cody Hardy.
Back to that catch, Matt, it's great to have good athleticism and great hands and skill set, but sometimes if you just want it worse than somebody else, and I think that's, to me, when they watch that tape and they play it back as a team, Tony Haynes tomorrow, when they watch this tape, and the coaches for NC State say, there's a man that wants it worse than anybody else on the field, and that's a credit to Wesley Grimes.
And the throw gave him a chance. You've talked about this a lot over the years, Johnny, as a former quarterback yourself. C.J. Bailey led him to the middle of the field, so he didn't have to. He didn't have to twist backwards in an effort to try to reach behind him and catch the ball. He kept his receiver Grimes going to the middle of the field between the hashes, and that gave him a much better shot to haul that one in.
Wesley Grimes is having a career night. He has 121 yards receiving. Season high last year was 65 yards against Stanford. 1st and 20 at the ECU 29. Snap to Bailey, play fake, steps up into the pocket, dump off over the middle. That's Smothers now, who has 2 hands on it, takes a shot at the 20-yard line to the 19. A gain of 10 to Smothers. That was DJ Johnson, the backup linebacker, who cracks Smothers. But a gain of about 10 to make it 2nd and 10. And Bailey with just a little flick of the wrist, dump off right over the top of his center's head.
Great awareness CJ showing here in his 2nd year.
From the ECU 19, back inside the Case IH red zone. Snap to Bailey, drifts to the left, pumps the brakes. Steps on one, throws it on a line, incomplete, and a late flag come out. Might have been a late hit. Might have been unnecessary roughness on ECU. That ball went over the top of Terrell Anderson to the right side of the end zone, and they hit him anyway.
Yeah, I think it's going to be targeting that. He thrust himself and went head first.
That might be on Riddle. He's been really active tonight. He has 7 tackles, 2nd leading tackler.
Personal foul, targeting. Defense number 2. That play is under further review.
Yeah, and they'll probably eject him for this fourth quarter, and then the first half next game, ECU plays Campbell next game, future NC State opponent. And so he'll be out of the first half against the Camels. A dangerous play there by Riddle on a defensive player as the ball sailed on Anderson. His right hand's up into the air. Now, here's what's interesting. Riddle takes a shot that probably or definitely was unnecessary, but he didn't launch and he didn't go for the head.
That's right. With the helmet, so he's got a chance of getting off of this. It was a shoulder into the sternum area. You can see a good look right here.
Anderson was running behind the defender. He's behind Chance Groves, the corner. He's right on the E of State in the end zone. Ball was over his head. He leaps up, and the ball sails on him, and then boom, he takes a shot that was late, but didn't go to his head. I don't know. It was a shoulder to the chest.
Yep. And as always, when it's slowed down, it seems like a later hit than when they show it in fast speed. Right. It's a boom, boom, bang, bang. Tony, it's a tough situation for a defensive back.
After further review, there is no targeting on the play. It's third down.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. I mean, the other thing that I think influenced the official throw the flag was it was kind of one of those defenseless receiver scenarios because he left his feet. The throw was high. It was up in the air. But I thought the East Carolina player did a good job of, at the last second, kind of veering his body to the left to avoid what would have been a more severe hit.
So it sets up 3rd and 10 now at the Pirate 19. Ball right hashes. It is Jolie, Jackson, and Hoffman to the left, and Grimes short side right. Grimes has had the big night. 4 grabs, 121 yards, and a touchdown. Bailey takes the snap. Steps up to the right side of the pocket. Now he drifts back to the left. He shows the football and can't get away from the Pirate defenders. There's a sack. Back to the 23-yard line. First sack of the night for ECU. It's Xavier McIver as Bailey went all the way to the right side of the field and then backtracked to the left hashes and is brought down for a loss, and it sets up a Konachinski field goal effort.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to make that much difference, the fact that he took a sack and a 4-yard loss. But that'll be one that he had opportunity just to get rid of it. He didn't even have to take that hit and let the field goal be a little bit shorter.
Konachinski's at the left hashes for a 40-yarder. Takes the snap. It is well held. The kick's a line driver, and it is no good. Yanked it to the left, I believe, and it makes it a 24, or it keeps it at 24-14. So Konachinski misses his first field goal. And it is at 12:23 to play here in the fourth. Lenovo, a global technology solutions company that has called NC home for 2 decades, is proud to support the community in the NC State Wolfpack. Lenovo, smarter technology for all. Visit us at Lenovo.com. So ECU takes over. We take a break. Ball at ECU's 23 when we return with 12:23 to play in a 10-point game. 24-14 pack. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
The fans came out today, David. That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates. Check out that Ford F-150 truck, a championship caliber performance. Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top. Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Hey, this is Al Bird. You listen to Wolfpack Football.
While you're applying SPF 60, looking at a high of 97, we're subjecting train systems to temperatures north of 120 degrees Fahrenheit.
While you're cheering on the Wolfpack, train heating and cooling systems are being tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com.
It's hard to stop a train,
Thanks to the fans, the Wolfpack definitely have a big home field advantage. Want the same kind of advantage for your home? Head to Quality Equipment to pick out your new John Deere agriculture, lawn, or worksite equipment. Our sales, parts, and service teams are ready to help. You'll also be a huge fan of our low monthly payments and special financing. Stop by one of our 35 locations or visit us online at QualityEquip.com. Quality Equipment, proud sponsors of NC State Athletics.
Mike Moe back here in the studio with a quick scoreboard update for you. Duke and Elon, a little more interesting than we thought it might be. Elon had this game tied at the half. Duke scored a couple of touchdowns in the third quarter, but as we go to the fourth, Elon's on the doorstep trying to make this a one-score game. It's now 24-10 Blue Devils with the lead there. A couple of other notes. South Florida beats 25th-ranked Boise State 34-7. Also tonight, Rutgers has won. And we've also got a few other games in progress that we'll update you on during our post-game. Big possession here. Let's go back to the studio, or go back to the stadium. Sorry.
Hauser takes the snap. Thanks very much, Mike. Hauser takes the snap, hands it off now out of the backfield, running across the formation. And chopped down is the ball carrier from the slot. Sean Brown was there on the tackle. Loss of one on the play to the far side of the field at 2nd and 11. Upcoming for ECU. It was snap back to Hauser now. They thought about an end around, handed it off to Spalding, and he is crunched down by Brandon Cleveland. Lost behind the play, lost 4 yards as NC State gets great push around the edges and blows up a jet sweep and an end around to Brock Spalding. And it sets up 3rd and 15. Very similar situation to the big chunk play ECU had in the first quarter. First half, you got to be careful now. 4 for 12 on 3rd down. Shotgun set for Hauser. 2 receivers stacked each side. Snap back at the Pirate 18. Hauser lofts it. It is hauled in. A first down for Yannick Smith over the Pirate 40 with his knee down to the 41. A 22-yard gain. They spot him at the 40. And it's 1st and 10 ECU. Just hanging around. 11 minutes to play. Pack up 24-14. Snap back Hauser. Handoff now to Gunn, and he runs right into a bear hug. A wall of red. Gain of 2 yards. Sean Brown, Javali Price combined for that tackle. Marlon Gunn last year over the final 5 games averaged 4.3 yards a carry, a couple of touchdowns. He played well for ECU. Rosario Riles, the tight end, is off to the left. 2nd and 8 now. Pirates at their own 42. Snap back to Hauser. Airs it out, left sideline, wants Spalding and has him in stride inside the 25, tackled in the red zone. Beats the defense down the far numbers inside the 20. Jamel Johnson stops him at the 19-yard line. They spot it. A big gainer to Spalding of 39 yards. Hauser snap, hands it off now to Gunn, and he is bottled up and dropped. Sebastian Harsh shoots through, tackle for loss. Loss of 1 on the play. 10 minutes to play now in the ball game.
Well, the Pirates aren't getting anything on the ground, so they and Hauser's last 2 passes have been outstanding passes, right on the money.
He has 318 pass yards now. 1st and 2nd and 11 is now flags flying. The officials are talking about it. ECU's coaching staff is leaking out. Blake Harrell is leaking out onto the field. He's on the numbers now. First year as the full-time head coach.
Full start. Offense number 69. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
All right, so that's the right guard for ECU. Tony Haynes on the sideline.
Yeah, well, NC State's defensive line stemmed that time. That's something that we saw them do where the defensive front will shift from one side to the other. And if you're moving side to side, that's perfectly legal. But some of the East Carolina offensive linemen who jumped when they saw that thought that they were drawn across.
All right, so 2nd and 16 now. Snap at the 25-yard line. Hauser steps up through pressure. He shows the ball high. Now he had a lot of runs in the bowl game as he gets crunched over the 20-yard line and tackled at the 16 by J.J. Johnson. The safety, that was a 10-yard pickup, angling to the right by Hauser. And it sets up, 3rd and 6. Ball is at the 16-yard line. Here's Hauser in the shotgun. 2 receivers short side of the right. In a 24-14 Pack lead. Blitz is on. Hauser throws it short, incomplete right sideline. He wanted Desario Riles Jr. and he underthrows the tight end at the 5-yard line on the sideline, and ECU's field goal unit comes out on the field with 8:38 to play. Sean Brown with great pressure of Hauser there.
Big stop there by NC State, forcing a field goal. At least they're going to come away, at worst case, going to come away with still a 1-possession lead.
Here comes a 34-yard kick for Nick Mazzy. Right hash is trying to get it through the right goalpost. Snap is high, well held. Mazzy's right leg through and over end, and good. Through the right uprights. 8:32 on the clock. It is a 1-score ball game here in Carter Finley. Pack 24, ECU 17. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield. Every sack is a sack to give back. For every sack the Pack makes this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to support our Feed the Pack food pantry right here in Raleigh. Let's take a break with 8:32 to play. We have ball game here. NC State 24, East Carolina 17, 8:32 left in the fourth quarter. Kickoff coming up. Pack will have the ball. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
To the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to power a brighter future in Wolfpack Nation and across our state. Beyond providing electricity that powers our lives, electric co-ops are strengthening local communities with education grants, economic development, innovative energy projects, and tools to help you better manage your home energy use. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com.
R&D Brewing is bringing the official beer of Saturday to Carter Finley Stadium this football season. 7 Saturdays IPA is the perfect beer for watching the big game, whether you're tailgating with friends or watching the game at home. Pick up your 7 Saturdays IPA at any major retail outlet across North Carolina. Make every day Saturday. R&D Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, you're more than a policy, you're family. With offices in every county, we're close by when it matters most. Our local agents customize coverage to fit your life. And our award-winning claims team delivers fast, quality repairs. It's no surprise Forbes ranked us the #1 auto insurer in America. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
The home of the red and white. This is Wolfpack Football.
24-17, John Easter scoring drive. 9-play, 61-yard, 51 off block, 34-yard field goal for ECU. And it makes it a 1-score game here in Raleigh. 8:32 to play. Here we go, Johnny. Buckle up. 24-17.
This is that, like to have that 6 or 7 minute drive where you run the football primarily, run the clock down, score a touchdown with a minute or so to go, and you put it out of reach. You definitely don't want any kind of quick turning the ball over back to the offense of the Pirates.
Everett Scott is taking his measured steps. We are live here in the Lenovo broadcast booth as Duke Scott is set to return it at the right goal line. Everett Scott runs up and boots this one end over end, and it is a fair catch called for by Duke Scott in the right end zone. So 8:32 on the clock. 24-17 Pack. CJ Bailey has had a really good ball game. 23 of 33, 268, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. He had a super fast start to the game. Pack led 3-0 after the first quarter. They led it 17-7 at half. And now 10 fourth quarter points here for ECU has tightened it up. Hoffman, far side of the field. He's the wide receiver by himself. It is Hardy and Jolie offset right side of the line. Snap back at the 25. Bailey uncorks one, far side of the field, on a line, leaping grab. Hoffman makes it in ECU territory. Far side of the field at the 30. What a debut for Teddy Hoffman. 4 first quarter grabs, and he's over the top of the corner for ECU to the Pirate 25.
Wow, incredible. I mean, did you see how he sort of baited the defensive back? He had him beat, and then he just looked back, and then at the last second is when he jumped back. It was a great throw to the back shoulder area of Hoffman, and Hoffman adjusted to the ball like a real veteran.
5 grabs for 93 yards for the true freshman. Snap back to Bailey at the Pirate 25. Gives to Smothers, and he's crunched. At the 27, a loss of a couple of yards. 7:38 to play. Ryan Rosenbrough with the tackle there. Teddy Hoffman with a 50-yard pickup from 125 to the other 25. Man, Teddy Hoffman. He's caught 5 of the 6 targets that have gone his way.
What a great debut.
Bailey now north of 300 yards, 318. 1 touchdown, 1 pick. He has a shotgun set here with 3 targets to the right and Hoffman by himself to the left. 2nd and 12 at the Pirate 27. Snap to Bailey. He tucks and runs. Shimmies his way back toward the line, and he's gobbled up on a diving tackle there at the 25. Original line again, that was Preston Carr, the nose tackle for East Carolina. And it sets up 3rd and 10. Gain of 2 yards there for CJ.
Down and 10 from the 25.
So 1 inning negative plays here. 6:39 and ticking, up a touchdown at the Pirate 25. 3 receivers right, Hoffman left. Snap back to Bailey, design keeper, lead blocker is Smothers to the left. Bailey now is brought down for a loss on the play. And pushed back for a loss of 4 to the 29-yard line on the near numbers. J.D. Lampley, the defensive end, makes this a longer field goal effort for Konachinski, who has a chance to really redeem himself here after the last miss.
And this was as big a kick as the first one was that he missed, but pretty much stating the obvious. A 10-point lead with 6 minutes to go is much more comfortable than if he misses and they pick up really good field position. The Pirates do only 7 down.
Not an easy kick. It's a 46-yarder for Konachinski, left hashes, with 5:47 to play. The snap's there, the hold is down, the kick's end over end, and it is no good. Off to the right. And the clock is at 5:41. In a 24-17 Pack lead. So it is up to the defense. Each team 3 timeouts. A couple of missed field goals here the last 2 possessions.
Well, the best thing about that, there were two decent things. It took 3 minutes or so off the clock offensive series, and then it flipped the field. So at least you've got a long field for the Pirates to come and try to tie this football game.
Caden Hauser's out with 318 yards. Each quarterback has exactly 318 yards this game. Hauser, 1st and 10 now, Pirates at their own 29. Snap back to him, left-handed give Montgomery as he squirts through the center of the defense on a cut upfield over the 35, and he dives to the 39. Gain of 10 where Sean Brown finally shuts him down. We're 5:27 and ticking now. 2 receivers stacked up right, 1 that's Spalding to the left. Snap, Hauser has time, fires it right, batted down, incomplete, dislodged from the intended target, Jiren Waiters. That was Devon Marshall who gets his right hand on it to slap the ball away and stop the clock at 5:18. 2nd and 10 with the ball at the 39-yard line, left half of the field.
Like Waiters misjudged his jump. He jumped a little bit too soon, and he was able to have the ball slapped out of the back of his hands.
All right, so it's 2nd and 10. Snap at the Pirate 39. Hauser snap, play fake, fires it, caught, left seam. Riles has it, and he's tackled into Pack territory now. I beg your pardon, that was Connor once again. He had the 79-yard touchdown. Jamel Johnson there with the tackle. That's a 19-yard pickup. Hauser, snap, fires it left, caught by Spalding. He's wrapped up inside the 35 to the 34 by Caden Fordham. Here's an 8-yard gain to Spalding as ECU has now found a couple of chunk plays. 4:47 and ticking. Nervous moments here. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Snap to Hauser. This time they give to Montgomery, and he plunges forward right to Caden Fordham. Whips him down at that line of scrimmage to set up 3rd and short. 3rd and 2. Almost certainly 4-down territory here with 4:26 to play in a touchdown game. 3rd and 2. Ball at the Pack 34. Pack up 24-17. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Snap to Hauser. Handoff now to the running back. As he plunges forward, it depends on the spot. He needed 2 yards.
He got it.
That is Montgomery, and they give it to him. Sticks move. Whistles blow. One of the Pack linemen, it seems, is on his back.
Timeout for injured defensive player.
3:59 to play. ECU has a fresh set of downs at the Pack 32. Some anxious moments here, Johnny. The Pack defense needs to bow up.
Well, yeah, there's no question about that. I mean, they stopped the run great, Tony. The defense for NC State been able to stop that run, but been a little bit leaky there in the passing department.
Yeah, and you know, you get the sense now that this tempo has worn the NC State defense down. Because the Pack's not been able to substitute as much as a result of that. And, you know, after every one of these plays, especially the pass plays, everybody on the defense has got to sprint downfield to the line of scrimmage trying to get lined up. And East Carolina is ready to snap it again. I think that's taken something out of this Wolfpack defense.
Sean Brown, who's injured on the play, he walks off the field. So A.J. Richardson is out there next to Caden Fordham. 3:59 to play. It is 24-17 Pack. ECU's on the march. After a couple of missed field goals here in the 4th quarter, the last 2 possessions. Hauser shotgun. Takes the snap, hands it off to Montgomery, and he speeds right up the middle, and he's dropped. I think that's Isaiah Shirley there with the tackle. Sets up 2nd and 10. Gain of 0. Right up the middle. We'll give him 2 yards on the reach of the ball.
Pretty good spot.
Yeah, that's a really good spot. Here's Hauser now. 3:23 to play. Takes the snap, steps up in the pocket, launches left. Montgomery grabs it, and he's crunched right away by Johnson. Jamel Johnson has the tackle at the far side of the field with 3:13 to play.
Got a flag right down here, Matt.
Looks like they're talking about the flag.
Ineligible player downfield. Offense number 9 was covered and went downfield on a pass across the line of scrimmage. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
So that was an RPO. And Tony, we've talked about this with Coach Doran, right? The illegal blockers downfield.
Yeah, and that's something that he's never liked very much. In college, they allowed the linemen to go 3 yards downfield because on these RPOs, the linemen are not in pass protection. They're blocking like it's a run. And some of them get released down the field. In the NFL, the rule is just 1 yard, so it almost never happens.
2nd and 13. Snap back in the Pack 35. Here's Hauser under pressure, lofts it over the middle. That is caught for a 1st down, wouldn't you know it, by Riles, the tight end, between the hashes. A gain of 15 yards. Caden Fordham's in there, gain of 17 yards on the spot. Inside the red zone, it goes to the 18-yard line. 2:40 to play.
Going to slow things down just a little bit now, realizing that they'd love to try to score with not very much time on the clock.
1st and 10 at the Pack 18. Snap to Hauser, play fake. Lobs it left flat. That's caught with a head of steam to the far side of the field as Riles once again back-to-back grabs for the tight end. And he's shoved out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. to the 13, a gain of 5. Jamel Johnson, the cornerback, is there with the stuff.
A little bit more clock run off, Matt.
They use that 2-minute timeout, that 2-minute stoppage. They have 3 timeouts left, and they're going to let it wind down. And there it is.
This might be the time where NC State may start using their timeouts.
The 2-minute timeout.
Once they come back from the 2-minute timeout.
Timeout on the field.
All right, we'll take a break. Exactly 2 minutes to play. It is 24-17. Pack up by a touchdown, trying to stop the Pirates at the Pack 13-yard line. 2nd and 5 when we come back. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It's bow time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
24-17, 3 timeouts left for each team, and the under 2-minute stoppage. 2-minute stoppage as we go to the sidelines with Tony Haynes.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier this tempo, I think, perhaps has taken its toll on the NC State defense. And one of the ways I think it shows up here in the fourth quarter, in the entire second half, Pack's not been able to get any pressure on Hauser. They were able to get after him a little bit in the first half. He took a lot of hits, but a passer of his caliber, he gets back there and has a clean pocket. He can slice you up, and that's pretty much what he's been doing here.
Tony, look for the Pack to call timeout after each of these next couple of plays. Maybe not after depends on what happens on this second down play, but they're probably going to try to preserve some time.
2nd and 5 for ECU at the Pack 13. Anthony Smith to the left with Spalding, 3 receivers to the right. Hauser empty backfield. Claps for the football. Fakes the handoff to Spalding on a jet sweep. Keeps it himself. Plunges forward and leans to the 9. The gain of 4 yards for Hauser. And the clock's at 1:49. A.J. Richardson there for the stop. It sets up 3rd and very short. 3rd and about a yard. Tony Haynes.
Well, one thing you know for sure here, 4 down territory.
Yeah.
Field goal's not a part of the equation.
That's right.
Because they're down by 7. So to keep them out, you got to defend 3 more plays here.
2 receivers left, none to the right. Pistol set Hauser. Ball at the 9. Snap. Hauser turns and gives. Jenkins runs nowhere to go. He's stuffed off the left side of the formation, and it sets up 4th down. What an opportunity here for the Pack defense to try to win this thing on a 4th and 1. Richardson in there for the stop. 66 seconds left. It comes down to a yard. Finley rises up. Hauser in the shotgun. 49 seconds left. 4th and 1 from the 9. Two receivers to the right, one left. Timeout called.
Try to make them jump.
ECU calls their first charge. Timeout of the half.
41 seconds left.
Timeout.
24-27, pack up a touchdown. It is 4th and 1. The ball game comes down to this play.
Please reset the game clock to 42 seconds. 42, please.
Johnny, what do you think? Couple of timeouts left.
Yeah, well,
42.
Time really isn't the issue for the Pirates right now. They probably just as soon even get down closer to zero. But the big issue is that they've got to pick up this 1 yard or half a yard, Tony, and they just haven't been able to punch it. They haven't been able to run the football. I think you're going to probably see a play fake, and then they'll try to get Hauser out on the outside and have a run-pass option.
Yeah, and don't forget they ran that little option play to score a touchdown on, where he pitched it to the tailback, and that worked very well.
But between the tackles, it's in the favor of NC State.
4th and 1 with 42 seconds left at the Pac 9. Up a touchdown. Snap, Hauser, play fake, drops back. Caught by Riles. He's stuffed. He is stuffed short, and the Pack should win the game. Flag comes out at the 10-yard line. Down to the sidelines, Tony Hayes.
I think this is going to be a pick on East Carolina. So running a little rub, and the slot receiver outside receiver set a pick, and that would give NC State the ball.
There is no foul for offensive pass interference as the ball was caught behind the line of scrimmage. The result of the play is a turnover on down.
Jamel Johnson with the stuff, and NC State is going to win this game. 37 seconds left. Jamel Johnson tackles Riles short of the yard to gain, and NC State's defense holds on 4th and 1 at its own 9.
And really, that play didn't have a chance. I mean, there were two defenders. If Riles breaks the tackle of the first defender, there's somebody coming right up on his tail to make the tackle right on the sideline. So just not a greatly designed play for that situation.
2 timeouts left for East Carolina. 37 seconds left. Ball is at the 10. Nose of the football at the 10. Victory formation. C.J. Bailey under center, takes the snap, puts the knee down. ECU calls time. 35 seconds left. Barring something absolutely bizarre, this thing is over. Wow, this is with some anxiety. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, once he takes this snap and it goes down below 35,
you're good.
Then they'll call timeout with 32 seconds or so, 31 seconds, and then they can just go knee down on 3rd down, and the clock will not be stopped.
Goodness gracious. Pack was up by 10 at the half, up by, at the end of the 3rd quarter, up by 24-7, and then ECU scored 10 in the 4th quarter. First play early on, they scored on that pitch play. Tony mentioned snap back to Bailey, takes a knee, timeout ECU.
Takes their 3rd and final charge timeout of the half.
Should do it, just like Johnny said. 32 seconds left. And Pack fans can wipe their brow. One more knee to take, and you're 1-0.
No penalties, NC State.
Right.
No penalties.
Keep it clean. Take the knee, you win the game. Ball is now at the 6-yard line. Kind of an awkward place to take a knee because the field's really compressed.
You got to get the snap.
No timeouts for ECU, so this one should do it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Dante Daniels jumps off. Makes the victory formation even a little more awkward. Unless it was on ECU. They're talking about it. 2 flags are out.
False start. Okay. Offense number 87.
Right.
Half the distance to the goal. 3rd down.
Puts the ball at the 3-yard line.
Leaves no room for any kind of error. No bobble, snap, or anything. No step back.
It's a strange place to take a knee.
Can't trip. You can't fall backwards. You got to go lean forward, CJ.
Snap at the 3. Bailey under center takes the snap, secures it, takes the knee, and that does it. NC State's 1-0. 24-17, a tight one here late against the Pirates, and the Pack is victorious, 1-0 on the year in a hard-fought ball game. 24-17, NC State's 1-0 on the year. They beat East Carolina, and we are off here in 2025. Boy, Johnny, that got anxious late. Couple of missed field goals. ECU on the march. Pack defense holds. Wow.
That is the end of tonight's game. The final score.
Well, I think it really is fitting for this game, and that the defense sort of set the tone early in this football game, then gave up a lot of passing yards to allow the Pirates back in the game, but then they came through when it counted here at the very end.